Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, will start soon. Good morning, everyone. I am Mok So-yoon, MC of the opening ceremony of today's conference. Thank you. I also was interested in how to respond to climate crisis, and I am also trying to put them into action in my life. In this COVID pandemic, we are here together online with YouTube streaming. And today's event is following the government's guidelines for the hygiene measures. Thank you for your online and offline participation in the 7th International Conference on the Economics of the Happiness Jeonju, despite your busy schedules. 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju is co-hosted by Jeonju City Local Futures, Association of Korean Local Government for Social Economy and Solidarity, and Local Government Association for G&H. Like last year, today we will intensively proceed the conference under the topic of climate crisis and localization to share new local vision of responding to climate crisis. Today's conference consists of 3 keynote speeches by Professor Arf Horenbury of Lund University, Professor Mio Kim from Jeonbuk National University, Helena Norberry-Hosey, CEO of Local Futures. Before the last keynote speech, we invite localization experts from home and abroad, and we will have presentations and panel discussion. Please stay with us until the end. Soon we will start to have keynote speech in session 1 until 12:40 p.m., then session 2 and 3 by 6 o'clock. And this will be streamed online, so I'd like to ask your understanding in advance if any technical glitches on the way. Then, before going into the main session, let me introduce the VIPs and the guests today. First, the Mayor of Jeonju, Seung-soo Kim. And Kang Dong-hwa, the chairman of the Jeonju City Council, is absent because of his schedule. So instead, we have a vice chairperson, Lee Mi-suk of Jeonju City Council. And then we have the Changwan Oh, chairman of organizing committee of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. Once again, I'd like to thank you for being here today despite your busy schedule. Next, we will have the opening speech of the Chang Han-oh, the chairman of the organization committee.
As introduced, I am Woo Chang-wan, the chairman of the Economics of Happiness Secretariat. First of all, welcome to the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the speakers and participants from home and abroad. The theme of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, is climate crisis and localization. We aim to talk about the directions the world should go, including Jeonju, to respond to the social crisis caused by climate change. Today, we will have presentations and discussions by experts with keen interest in the economics of happiness, including climate crisis and localization. Through this discussion, I believe that local governments of Korea, including Jeonju, and the world will be able to take a step forward for realizing the economy of happiness. The past international conference on the economics of happiness held in Jeonju over the 6 years have provided an opportunity for many local governments in Korea to become interested in this conference. In particular, the conference was held online last year due to COVID-19. Rather than posing limitations, it provided a great opportunity for more people to join the discussion, going beyond time and space limitations. I hope that there will be valuable discussions that are worth spreading this year as well. Globalization was considered to bring prosperity to the mankind, but rather it has incurred climate change due to unlimited competition and enormous environmental destruction. So, experts say in 16 years, by 2037, we will lose all icebergs in the Arctic, causing a serious crisis for the mankind. And it also spreaded COVID-19 that caused 220 million infected cases around the world. Under the unlimited competition, pursuing maximization of interest, globalization will close down the doors of various stores around us and render our neighbors jobless. As a result, our daily lives and the local ecosystem will be collapsed and will suffer from pain. Therefore, it's very important to think about how we can respond to a lot of problems, including climate change caused by globalization. It is also very urgent too. No community can survive without international cooperation. But on the other hand, it is very important to secure independence, to be safe from international, environmental, food, energy, and capital crises. For example, it may feel convenient and efficient to consume imported food, pay less money immediately, but it could destroy the local, independent food system. In this case, the environmental catastrophe may destroy the world's bread baskets, and the areas with broken independent food systems will face a serious crisis. Thus, building a local food system linking food production and consumption within the region will be a safe and efficient way to prepare for the climate crisis. If these local actions are carried out globally, we can mitigate global climate change by significantly reducing long-distance food transportation and by facilitating finance at various regional scales. We will be able to reduce the outflow of local wealth, increase the income of our neighbors, and minimize the gap between the rich and the poor, and improve the happiness of the local community. In this conference, we are going to talk about our response against climate crisis and ways for localization in the post-pandemic era. Ms. Helena Norberg-Hodge, Professor Alf Hornberg, Mr. Andre Liu, Mr. Andrew Sims, and Mr. Jason Hickel are invited to discuss localization-based directions for economics of happiness, response against climate crisis, and localization. In session 1, we will discuss local citizens' food practices in response to climate crisis, and in session 2, we will talk about measures to revitalize Jeonju's green climate finance, and in session 3, we will discuss employment measures in response to the climate crisis. It is a shame that we cannot meet in person and shake hands, but I hope that the online conference will serve as an opportunity to expand the economics of happiness around the world, raising interest and participation. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Helena Hodge, the Secretariat of the Local Futures, Mayor of Jeonju, the President of the Local Government Council of the National Social Solidarity Economy, the President of the Happiness Realization Local Government Council, and officials for organizing this conference. I would also like to thank officials in Jeonju and experts for their hard work. as well as a number of organizations and citizens of Jeonju for joining this conference. Now I declare open the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness. Thank you, Mr. O, for that great remarks. As you have mentioned, we are here to discuss climate crisis that nobody is exempt from. So I look forward to productive discussions on climate crisis and localization. Next, we'll listen to the welcoming address by Mayor of Jeonju City, Mr. Seung-soo Kim. It's a pleasure to meet with you. My name is Seung-soo Kim. I'm the mayor of Jeonju. So this is the 7th round of the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness. So it started right away after my first year as mayor, and it helped us understand the future direction for Jeonju, and that our core values are culture, ecosystem, and people. The philosophy of Ms. Hodge was consistent with our values, so that's how we came to begin with this international conference. We have Professor Oh Chang-hwan here, and also the organizers who made this conference possible and helped Jeonju carry out important discussions to think about our way forward in the future. Without your help, I believe that this would have been a one-off event, but already we are holding the 7th round. So, this regard, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. And your leadership will lead to the leadership of Jeonju, I believe. So once again, I would like to pay respect to Mr. Oh and the organizers. Thank you for your support for this conference and your hard work, and also your activities to implement the discussions in the field. I would also like to thank Ms. Lee, the Vice Chair of the City Council, for your cooperation. And I would like to also thank Mr. Moon, the President of SSCGOV, and the President of Local Government Association for GNH. And we always receive a lot of inspiration by Ms. Hodge, who unfortunately could not be here in person, but I would like to extend my gratitude for your ongoing support to Jeonju. The power to change the world comes from imagination, courage, and social solidarity. Under these 3 topics, we have been making a lot of experiments. Despite COVID-19, Jeonju in Korea and with cities around the world, we have been engaging in the expansion of the good lender movement and Jeonju's quarantine measures. And these are the combination of the imagination, cooperation, and social solidarity of the Jeonju citizens. And it helps us understand that we are seeing the advent of the world led by cities, not central governments. Alternatives for the future need to be realized in the cities, and this will in turn move the other cities and the central government eventually. Through this conference, we have gained multiple ideas, abundant imagination, and courage, and they have been reflected partly in our policies. So, what is implemented is very meaningful, and what was not implemented provides us more food for thought. I would like to take this opportunity to thank once again Mr. Oh, organizers, Ms. Hodge, and all the people who have led us in the way, and also Vice Chair Ms. Lee. As I have mentioned, the power to change the world, imagination, courage, and social solidarity that will create a sustainable city and a country. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for that great welcoming remarks. Thank you for your great extension of gratitude for all the important people. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to have this important event. Next, we will listen to the congratulatory address by Vice Chair of the Jeonju City Council, Mi-suk Lee. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet with you. I am Vice Chair of the Jeonju City Council, Mi-suk Lee. In fact, our chair, Mr. Kang Dong-was, was supposed to be here to give this address, but he could not be here due to his other schedule. I extend my apologies. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on holding the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. We have a lot of government officials working day and night to make this possible, and also Mr. Oh leading the organizing committee. Let me thank you taking this opportunity. This international conference is marking its 7th round this year. 7 years ago, the Jeonju City Council, especially the Urban Construction Committee, planned this conference, and we were dubious whether it would lead to a success. We were quite skeptical at that time, but we decided to allocate budget for this conference. And as years have passed, we came to understand that this conference has been inspiring a lot of people and gaining global interest. And observing this, we in the council were very pleased with the outcome. Recently, we all have been suffering from the cold waves, drought, flood, wildfires, and infectious diseases, social disasters, and loss of jobs due to climate change. And the severity and frequency of these disasters have been increasing continuously. Recently, against the climate crisis, the government came up with the Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Framework Act. Despite the fact, the city of Jeonju has been preemptively leading the way in such efforts. First of all, we started with planting 10 million trees and creating a local food system. We also adopted the FCEV buses. And we also engaged in shared economy to achieve a sustainable city. So Jeonju is leading the way. I can assure you that without the leadership of our mayor, these policies could not become a success. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and pay tribute to Mayor Kim Seung-soo for leading us all the way and also allowing and realizing the 7th International Conference. I believe that this event will continuously help us discuss the important topic of economics of happiness and provide continuity of our projects. And I wish for the strong success of this event going forward. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your wonderful remarks. Next, the congratulatory address will continue. Due to the COVID pandemic, he cannot make it today. However, the chairperson of the Association of Korean Local Government for Social Economy and Solidarity, Seokjin Moon, the head of the Sadaemun district, sent the video clip. Please meet him online. Hello, everyone. I am Seokjin Moon, head of Sadaemun district, chairman of Association of Korean Local Government for Social Economy and Solidarity. I sincerely celebrate the opening of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, despite this COVID pandemic situation. Ironically, COVID-19 pandemic shone the light on various social and economic vulnerabilities in local society we have been ignored so far. It is high time to welcome new transition of moving out of growth-driven paradigm which focused on individual battles and neck-and-neck competitions and going for a world where nation and people all can be happy together. Our association worked so hard to solve various local issues through solidarity and cooperation with local communities based on social economy. The 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, is a part of creating happiness of local residents and sustainable future of local communities, which shares value of our association. Particularly, this conference is held to solve global challenges of climate crisis. As contactless economy is fostered during the pandemic, threat of climate crisis is growing, so this event is all the more opportune and meaningful. Therefore, as a beginning step, I hope we can share the best practices in local communities and discuss response measures together. Our association, working with local government, will solve climate crisis and problems in local communities and work hard to make happy local communities. Thank you very much. Next, Young-jong Kim, chairperson of Local Government Association for GNH, will deliver congratulatory message online. Hello, everyone. I'm Young-jong Kim, head of Jeonju District, chairman of Local Government Association for GNH. Celebrating the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, I sincerely welcome and thank all of you for joining us despite your busy schedule. In Jeonju, city of history and tradition, experts home and abroad have a discussion on happy future. I'm so delighted that Local Government Association for Gross National Happiness can take part in this meaningful event. I'm sorry that I couldn't join physically on the site and meet you due to COVID pandemic. I hope I can see you in person next year. Today, we are living in the era of crisis. Dramatic economic growth brought us abundance and convenience, but globalization of economy caused the crisis of materialism and polarization and threatened us with extreme weather, job insecurity, poverty, and discrimination. Against this backdrop, economy of happiness, which overcomes competition and polarization and provides new model of local economy, can bring collaboration among communities using localization, and it can be a new solution for the social, economical, environmental challenges facing humanity. An old saying goes, dream dreamt alone is just a dream, but dream dreamt together can become reality. So that economy for people, economy of happiness heating up the local economy can spread widely, I hope we can pull the wisdom together to build social consensus. I hope this event can come up with various discussion where we can move forward happy society through economy of happiness and identify diverse policies to make sustainable happy cities. My special thanks goes to Seokjin Moon, head of Seodaemun District, chairman of Association of Korean Local Government for Social Economy and Solidarity, and Ms. Helena Norberg-Hodge, director of Local Futures, and Seung-soo Kim, the mayor of Jeonju City, and Dong-hwa Kwang, chairman of Jeonju City Council, and particularly to Changwan Oh, chairman of organizing committee, and staff. I wish health and happiness to all the participants. Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. As I introduced before, Jeonju City has been holding this conference for 7 years, since 2015. We discussed and seeked for values of economics of happiness, moving beyond competition and polarization, and going for society living together. Then, shall we enjoy the video clip which shows our footprints so far we made step by step? So in this beautiful city, we try to solve the climate change. As the Jeonju citizen, I'm very proud of. Now, we have the congratulatory message from foreign countries. Jeonju always received the great help from her for this conference. She is the director of the Local Futures, Ms. Helena Norberg-Hodge. For the last more than 50 years, she is a frontier of localization movement who spread the economics of the happiness. Then hand over to you.
Hello,
for
Helena. Can you hear
congratulatory
me?
message.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Could you give your opening speech now?
Yes. So I am very honored to be speaking to you today. So honored to be collaborating with the government of Jeonju for 7 years now. Mayor Kim has been taking a global leadership role in pioneering the implementation of localization instead of globalization as the foundation of his economic and cultural policies. The initiative that you have taken is something that you're going to be even more proud of in the coming years. After COVID, we now stand at this crossroads where we need to be very conscious about choosing two different paths into the future. One of them is still being pushed by people who are blindly following an outdated economic model, a model that believes that GDP is a valid measure of progress, a model that believes that ever more technology, using ever more energy, ever more scarce mineral resources, can allow us to continue in a very competitive way, trying to go to Mars, searching for minerals, to the seabed, to the deepest level of Mother Gaia, and to Mars, to try to grasp for even more resources, while the same economic model marginalizes people, the human scale, human pace, human values, human needs. At this time of climate crisis, can it make sense to pursue policies that use more energy, even if it's renewable energy? It's still causing pollution and it's replacing human beings. We are on a crowded planet. We have no shortage of people. So thank you, Mayor Kim, for pursuing a path that understands that we now need to move in a direction of slowing down, scaling down, which is the only way that we can protect, respect, and regenerate biodiversity. And let's not forget, as we talk about climate, that we need to be understanding the vital importance of biodiversity. And that is far more important than looking in a narrow way at carbon. When we don't look in a holistic way, we end up pursuing a path of carbon sequestration that actually is simply there as a tradable commodity for profit for global monopolies. When we look at the climate crisis through the localization lenses, we will see that when we help, first of all our primary production to focus on increasing diversity. And that starts with the soil, the richness of bacteria, of viruses in the soil, replenishing, restoring those that are the foundation of healthy soil. It starts with whether in farming, in forestry, and even in fishing, understanding that many more small units of production with many more enjoyable jobs are far more effective and far more productive, as well as ecologically sustainable. One of the key issues we need to deal with is that we are in a system where we have allowed energy to be seen as artificially cheap. It arrives in the market somehow as a cheap commodity. Fossil fuels, which cause wars, even the renewable energy now is being pushed on a large scale. And in the meanwhile, human labor, human jobs are being punished. And in every local economy, We find that we're too expensive to do the things we need to do to care for the land, to care for our children, to care for the aged, to care for the ill, to care for ourselves. This path of regenerating diversity through smaller scale production units happens when we start shortening the distance between production and the market. So the shortening of distance is absolutely essential. We're not talking about an absolute here. We're not talking about local being some kind of 50-mile radius and that nothing can come from further away. We are talking about stepping back to look at the big picture and to see that in every corner of the world, we need to move rapidly in the direction of shortening distances and diversifying and providing more jobs while using less energy and technology. This doesn't mean eliminating trade. It doesn't mean eliminating technology. But I would urge us all at this fork in the road after COVID, I would urge us all to look at the need to push the pause button on the techno escalation into smart cities dependent on robots. The robots are replacing a multitude of functions that human beings can perfectly well carry out. Let's push the pause button. Let's use the technologies we have, particularly the technologies of communication, to assess, to study, to research where technology makes sense and where it doesn't. I think we will find that the speedy technologies that algorithms support suit the financial casino very well, but they do not suit healthy, sustainable, diversified ecosystems and the multitude of cultures, languages, as well as the individuality of every human being. We are all unique. We are all changing from moment to moment. Just like every leaf on every tree changes as we're speaking now. From moment to moment, life is complexity, diversity, and constant change. How do we adapt human societies and human economic structures to suit that diversity, to allow that to flourish? When we do, we rebuild the community fabric, we rebuild those deep connections where every human being can feel seen, heard, loved, appreciated for who they are, not for some kind of mask of who they're supposed to be in a consumer monoculture. In the local economies that are being created now, in Jeonju, with its remarkable leadership, in many towns and villages around the world, where either that traditional local exists or where it's being recreated, you will see happier, healthier people, happier, healthier ecosystems. You will see more productive use of the land. Smaller, diversified farms produce vastly more than vast monocultures. And this is being proven, is being demonstrated around the world. And this is why the local food movement is the foundation of the economics of happiness. And why, again, I'm so proud to be collaborating with Mayor Kim and the government of Jeonju. And I hope that our collaboration will live on and that we are planting seeds around the world. Today, we're using this modern technology to spread an important message globally. Localization is not about withdrawal into some isolated, narrow protectionism. Localization is a global movement that needs global collaboration, that needs support from global policy changes. We need new trade treaties, we need new measures of progress, and we need to collaborate globally to make that possible. That's why this COVID crisis, which has forced us to go online, may be a blessing in disguise. Maybe we can reach more people with this message, including this Korean conference, which I hope will reach much of the world. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate what you're doing and look forward to joining you again later in the program. Thank you. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. So it is a great honor for us to have Ms. Hodge with us for so many years. I think, as she said, it's very important we understand what immediate convenience brings great pain. So next we will listen to the keynote speech by Professor Alf Hornborg of Lund University in Sweden. He will talk about how localization can solve climate change.
Of Human Ecology at Lund University in Sweden. I want to begin by thanking Helena Norberg-Hodge and the organizers of this Economics of Happiness conference for inviting me to speak. I'm very honored. My topic is money, climate crisis, and localization. And I will try to share my screen. There, finally got it to work. Right, let's begin by looking at a couple of maps to give you the big picture. The current trajectory of the world economy, I think most of us are agreed, leads to increasing economic polarization and ecological degradation. The top map you see here was produced by economists showing GDP density, that is where most of the money is being made in the world. So the darker red color here, the more money is being made per square kilometer. The bottom map is a composite satellite image composed of several satellite images that have been joined together, showing the distribution of nighttime lights in the world. These are the areas that are illuminated if you look at them from outer space. And of course, this is a reflection of the distribution of technological infrastructure, industry, urban areas, and so on. So these two maps show the geographies of money and technology, respectively. And I think one reflection we can make is that they're virtually identical. In other words, where the money is, that's where the technology is. We can also see how very unevenly money and technology are distributed in the world. These are the results of several centuries of economic and technological development. And of course, we know that precisely this development since the Industrial Revolution has also created great increases in the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which generate climate change. We need to ask what is propelling our rising emissions of greenhouse gases. Many people would respond capitalism and perhaps leave it at that. I would like to unpack the concept of capitalism and trace its logic actually to a very fundamental artifact that we're all acquainted with, the artifact of general purpose money. Capitalism, I would argue, is the aggregate result of people using general purpose money. If we recognize the significance of artifacts, everyday artifacts like money, in organizing human societies and human environmental relations, we realize that we need to rethink what politics is really all about. It's not simply a matter of confronting different social groups. It is very much a matter of how we design our artifacts. I like this quote from Arturo Escobar from his recent book, Designs for the Pluriverse. We design our world and our world designs us back. In other words, there is a reciprocal relation between us and our artifacts. And this is very significant for our understanding of how society can be transformed. We can only transform society by transforming ourselves, our own behavior, and that in turn requires transforming the everyday artifacts that generate our behavior. The question many of us are asking ourselves at this point is if we can avoid climate disaster by using so-called green technology. We need to rethink what modern technology is from a global perspective in order to be able to answer that question. Technology is not just a matter of human ingenuity. It's also a matter of asymmetric international resource flows that are made possible by differences in the global market prices of labor and other resources. We often note that green technologies displace environmental problems rather than solve them. A few examples I could mention are the biofuels, the ethanol based on Brazilian sugarcane, which make driving cars in Europe seem sustainable, but only at the expense of biodiversity in Brazil. We can also mention the electric cars in Europe, for example, that require cobalt for battery production. Cobalt that is often mined in Congo by child labor under terrible working conditions. A third example would be the photovoltaic solar panels that are increasingly affordable throughout Europe because they are manufactured with comparatively low-cost Chinese labor. So in all these examples, we are trying to achieve sustainability in Europe by displacing our workloads and environmental loads to other parts of the world system. This can also be illustrated by the indirect land requirements of photovoltaic technology. That is how much space is required by solar panels and photovoltaic infrastructure in addition to the space occupied by the panels and the infrastructures themselves. Such indirect land requirements include the ecological footprints of workers and also the land used to extract natural resources for the production of solar panels. So photovoltaic technology actually has a substantial land requirement beyond the actual panel itself. Many people are worrying about the fact that we're not shifting to renewable and carbon-free energy nearly fast enough to mitigate climate change. Some years ago, the Canadian energy specialist Václav Smil estimated that almost 90% of world energy use comes from fossil fuels, still today. Each new unit of electricity produced by non-fossil sources displays less than 10% of a unit of fossil fuel generated electricity. This means that we are not actually seeing the kind of transition to non-fossil sources that we're hoping for. And as recently as 2017, only 0.7% of global energy use derived from solar power and only 1.9% from wind. We know that the technologies to generate solar, wind, and nuclear power all remain critically dependent on fossil energy to produce, install, and maintain. And meanwhile, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere continues to rise. In order to transcend this impasse, I believe we really need to rethink what industrial technology, modern technology is. I approach technology as accumulation, as something that requires unequal exchange between different social groups. What I'm trying to illustrate in this figure is that the factory at the center of the image, representing technology, does not only require physical energy sources, whether coal or solar power. In order to exist, this technology requires the horizontal flows that we see in this image, the social exchange relations that make it possible to accumulate the capital to invest in this technology. But we tend to focus only on the vertical arrows, the physical energy sources for the technology, rather than the social requirements, the social exchange relations that are required to generate these kinds of technologies. We need to understand that technologies are really social phenomena or socio-natural phenomena that need to be theorized by the social sciences as well. They are not simply to be classified as a neutral harnessing of natural forces. They are very much a result of social processes of accumulation. So in this respect, I don't think we have really understood what modern technology is. It is not simply the result of uncovering facts of nature, which would make them morally and politically neutral. Technologies are also dependent on global social relations of exchange. Even in a physical sense, it is a product of the metabolism of world society. So solving the problem of climate change is not just a question of replacing one energy technology with another, but requires transforming the economic world order. And transforming the world economy, in turn, requires transforming money. So then we're back to the question of how money might be designed. Perhaps all-purpose money is our fundamental problem. But because money is a human artifact, a human creation, it can also be redesigned by us humans. We should remember that all-purpose money is a rather recent idea historically, but over this time it has become as unquestionable to us as water is to fish. We're used to being able to exchange almost anything for money. And of course, this gives us incentives to be always looking for the best deals, the least expensive products bought, and to sell our labor or our commodities for the best possible price we can get on the market. This is simply an aspect of the logic of all-purpose money, looking for the best deals. We all do it, whether individuals, corporations, or nations. It's quite predictable. But precisely this feature of money, which makes everything exchangeable in the world, means that the market will always be promoting the lowest wages and the cheapest resources in less developed nations. This is what the logic of globalization is actually doing in the world. If this is the capitalist system, it is perpetuated every time we buy our groceries. So capitalism is the aggregate logic of all-purpose money. It is the result of all of us using money and looking for the best deals. It is inscribed, so to speak, in the artifact of all-purpose money. Now, very many people have, over the centuries, realized that there are problems with money, and we should perhaps try to replace it with some other form of money. And there have been several experiments in creating local currencies, local money of various kinds. But they have generally failed to bring about localization. And we need to ask ourselves, why is this the case? Like the rules in a board game, money is a human construction and can, in principle, be redesigned. Many attempts have been made to localize the economy by creating local money. For example, LETS, which is an acronym for Local Exchange Trading Systems, and the Bristol pound is another example in Bristol, England. But there are literally thousands of experiments all over the world. The problem with local money of this kind is that they don't really stop you from buying goods produced on the other side of the planet, as long as you buy them in a local store. In other words, if we take the Bristol pound, for example, you can go to a shop in Bristol that will accept the Bristol pound, but the shop might be selling you commodities produced in Japan or California. So local money like that really does nothing to impede the expansion of the global market. So can we imagine how a complementary currency of some kind could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by localizing the economy, which these earlier forms of local money obviously did not accomplish? Well, an idea would be that each nation could establish a complementary currency alongside regular money that is distributed as a universal basic income to all the inhabitants of the country, but that can only be used to buy locally produced goods and services. Now, by locally, I mean goods and services produced within a given radius from the point of purchase. Now, this would create a genuine spanner in the wheel of globalization. It would give households incentives to consume locally and generate huge demand for local production, while at the same time decreasing demand for global transports, a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. It would also increase local diversity, resilience, and community integration. So there are several advantages in addition to mitigating climate change. So the point of such a reform would be to decouple, as it were, household consumption from global resource flows. Of course, we will still need electricity, for instance, to run hospitals, computers, households, and many other aspects of our lives. But we could dismantle most of the global fossil-fueled infrastructure for transporting people, groceries, and other commodities around the planet, generating greenhouse gas emissions and making much recycling unfeasible. The problem then is more fundamental than capitalism, or even the emphasis on growth. The problem is money itself and how money is related to technology. In conclusion, climate change doesn't just tell us to stop using fossil fuels. It tells us that globalization itself is unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you for your keynote speech, Professor Alpha Horenbury. The roles and importance of the local region was emphasized a lot, but it is also good for the environment. Second keynote speech will be made by Mio Kim, professor of the Jeonju National University, under the topic of the Beyond Welfare's Jeonju Designed Happiness. Please come up to the stage. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Nice to see you all. Today, as a second keynote speech, I will talk about the happiness. I am the Professor Mio Kim of Department of Social Welfare of Jeonju National University. I'm so honored to deliver the keynote speech in this meaningful event. A topic of today's presentation is the result of our survey in 2016 and 2020, but I have to present you within just 20 minutes. So I will roughly overview my survey. So I was wondering what kind of topic will be suitable, but I decided as the Beyond Welfare's Jeonju Designed Happiness. So this is the contents of today's presentation. Due to the COVID pandemic, we are so confused and perplexed and going through the difficult situation. So the happiness is the right topic to discuss now, or that we have to look back our happiness policy right now. But today I will cover as the first order the happy society and the risk society. And the second content will be the development of the Jeonju happiness indicator. In 2016, Jeonju City had a consideration about the welfare and the happiness of the citizen, which is earlier move, faster move than the other city. So last year we made few years ago we developed the happiness indicator, and last year we revised them. So how we thought about how we can give the options or the alternatives for the Jeonju citizens for their happiness. So for the second and the third content, I will talk about the survey result of our the satisfaction level of the Jeonju citizens. And then lastly, I will wrap up my presentation giving you the suggestion for the happiness policy in Jeonju. First is about the comparison of the happy society and risk society. So now it feels like the happiness is unfamiliar because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We were affected a lot by the COVID-19, and also today is very cold compared to last year, so we can physically feel the crisis of the climate. And happiness has a subjective and time-related and the social characteristics. So at this time of the crisis, we need to design the happiness more properly. So we have to set up the policy from the perspective of happiness, and we have to focus on the customized design, which is based on the rights and desire as the healthy citizens. So in this holistic aspect, the future policy should be creative with the long-term and the wider perspective. So we have to see our society through the lens of happiness, and it reminded me of the risk society and the reflexive modernization, which was commented by the Ulrich back in 1997. So these philosophers' comments resonate now more than ever. Risk society means that risk became main phenomenon in the society. The COVID-19 pandemic puts us in danger, and now we are in the risk society. In this risk society, border between measurable risks and the measurable uncertainty is blurry, and the border between objective risk analysis and the social risk awareness is blurry. Risk is very infectious. This society has the poverty, and social poverty discriminated classes, but the risk does not discriminate, which is democratic. It affects not just the poor or the weak, but also affects the rich and the powerful. And safety can drive out the concept of the equality. So we are looking into the superficial safety, then we can miss the very basic value of equality. So the safety becomes the publicly produced consumer goods. So in this situation, we should not be immersed in the concept of the safety. We have to pursue the equality and the freedom and the basic values of happiness. And based on that, we have to set up the policies. So as a part of this, in 2016, the Jeonju city developed the happiness indicator. As far as I'm concerned, this was a very fast movement among other cities. At that time, the Jeonju city happiness indicator considered the timelessness and utilization and uniqueness, especially it focused on the Jeonju citizens' uniqueness. As you see here, we had the three aspects of the physical area, non-physical area, and subjective happiness. And on the right, you can see the spiral type, and we added the timeless and the phase and the uniqueness. Especially happiness can be made in the context of the environment and surrounding environment. So those kind of concept was reflected into our indicators, and it was totally revamped in the 2020. So we have many happiness indicators, but based on the Jeonju city's uniqueness, we categorize them into the three categories. The most important thing in Jeonju is the people and city, livable city, and the dignity. So the dignity was included in the happiness indicators, and this is a very unique characteristic of the Jeonju happiness indicators. So in these three categories, we had subcategories of 13 subcategories, and we had 47 questionnaires. So with these questions, we made a survey in 2016 and 2020, and based on the result, the Jeonju city is trying to set up the happiness policy and the happiness ordinance. Due to the time restraint, I cannot tell you everything, but I will cover the overview of the 2020 results. In 2020, we conducted survey during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was August, so it was very difficult to conduct this research. But we found a very interesting. You are looking at now the map of the Jeonju city. Jeonju city is divided with the district of the Wansan-gu and Deokjin-gu. And Deokjin-gu showed the 7 points of the happiness, and Wansan-gu showed 7.54 happiness, and we thought this is related to their income level. And we also had other happiness indicators, but let me show you in more detail in the next page. We have so many studies, but I brought many tables here to show you more. But if you look at the bottom, in these three categories of the people, city, dignity, and the result show that the happiness level increased in the category of the people, city, and dignity altogether. Especially the category of city shows the highest increase of the happiness. It was the August 2020 when the COVID pandemic was in full swing, but looking at this result, we were so amazed because everybody was affected by the COVID-19 and the people were not happy. But interesting, we found that is the Jeonju city has a very fast and preemptive COVID responding measures than other cities. So we also had another survey related to the COVID-19, but the Jeonju citizens, in the face of the global pandemic, feels better than other cities, comparatively happy than people in other city, according to our survey results. So we could confirm that the policy is closely related to the life of citizens. And the things required for the happiness was also surveyed. Among them, top was that the health. Maybe this is because the COVID pandemic, but the health was the top rated. And second was the life, and the third was a safety. And in the future, using these happiness indicators, maybe we can do that again after COVID pandemic, and the rating, the rank maybe will change after the COVID-19, and then the Jeonju city should find out what kind of policy they have to set up again according to the results. We also had a survey about the COVID pandemic, and 62.5% responded that the COVID-19 affected their happiness. And also, the policies Jeonju City should complement is like this on the slide. And the Jeonju City tried to reflect them into their policies. So after 10 years, the Jeonju citizen will be happy. We conducted a survey about that, about the future happiness, which was a very meaningful. So according to the result about the survey on the expectation of the happiness, they said that they were happy with the 6.85 points in 2010, but after 10 years, they gave the 7.51 score for the happy in the future. So living in Jeonju and the living in Jeonju as a Jeonju citizen, or the enjoying Jeonju city as a healthy citizens, people were very positive about that. So this positive thought should be reflected into the Jeonju city policies, and that should be another consideration. So through the survey of the happiness of the Jeonju citizens, maybe we can make some suggestion for the Jeonju cities. It is a very extensive content, but we summarize them into the three categories. From the perspective of the happiness, beyond the welfare, Jeonju city has the vision of a happy city where everyone can enjoy Jeonju. They have 5 goals with the 3 core agendas. So 5 goals should be shared with the other local governments, but the core agenda of the Jeonju city is very unique, and it is catchphrases which can be only used in Jeonju. As you see here, compassion, fun and art loving, and the dignity. Those are words used by the Jeonju citizens. So that shows the uniqueness and the exclusivity of the Jeonju city as the city with the tradition and history. And Jeonju city should consider this into their policy making, we believe. So the subcategories of the people, which is health, life, leisure, and relationship, and under the theme of the city, we have subcategories of education, safety, and life of environment and the ecosystem. And Jeonju citizens had the great proud about their culture and the tradition, which is related to the dignity. So, including all these, we gave the suggestions to the Jeonju City, and I hope the Jeonju City refer to these materials because I cannot explain all of them in detail. So beyond the welfare, we need to have the exclusive and the inclusive perspective for the happiness of the citizens. I think this is the first attempt among the all cities in Korea. We set up the primary materials for the panel survey to have a cross-cutting survey. The Jeonju City adopted the panel survey for this survey and for this research, and this is very meaningful because it was not done in other places. So through this panel survey, we will trace the record of the individual like 5 years ago and now and 10 years ago. So maybe the Jeonju City will have a more watertight policy making. I covered many issues and the suggestions for the Jeonju City. The most important thing is that putting them into action, put them into the realization, materialization. These information in document should be born with the actual policy and the actual life installation in the Jeonju citizens' life. I hope the Jeonju City will reflect these to set up the policy for the happiness of the Jeonju citizens. So this is all from my side. We are facing difficulties right now, but I hope your happiness and happiness of Jeonju City will grow together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for that great presentation. We were able to listen to information about the statistics and the data to understand the level of happiness in Jeonju, which was very meaningful. So with this, we will close the opening ceremony of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju. We will take a 10-minute break and resume at 10:40 with session 1. So we will now begin with session 1. Good morning. My name is Dong-Sung Han, the moderator for session 1, responding to the climate crisis, local citizens' practice of local food. In fact, in responding to climate crisis, the most important factor is responding to disasters caused by climate change, but secondary priority would be food. Around the world, we see damages regarding resources and damages of natural resources. So in order to overcome this challenge, we need to find a solution in the local community. In this regard, in session 1, we are going to talk about how residents in the local community can implement the practice of local food to respond to climate crisis. We have 2 presenters for session 1. First of all, Mr. Andre Liu of Australia and Mr. Kun-Heng Lee of Korea Agricultural Society. First, let's listen to the lecture by Mr. Andre Liu.
Hello, my name is Andre Loy, and I am the International Director of Regeneration International. And I want to say how honored I am to be speaking at this very important conference today. I think the economics of happiness is just so important for us to build a better world. What I want to talk about is how local, regenerative, biodiverse, organic agriculture systems is the only way we can nourish the world. And we'll start with food insecurity. Food insecurity was decreasing until the mid-1990s when it started to increase. And that was the time of the widespread adoption of the modern system of industrial agriculture. This system is based on GMOs, synthetic pesticides, and fertilizers to supply distant commodity markets. To give you an example about this system, for instance, in Africa, a project was launched by Bill and Melinda Gates and the Rockefeller Foundations called the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. It was launched in 2006 and had the aim of doubling agricultural yields and the incomes of 30 million small-scale food producers. Also halving hunger and poverty in 20 African countries by 2020. The project received around $1 billion from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the US, UK, and German governments. And this money was spent to promote industrial agriculture to supply distant commodity markets, and it was spent on GMOs, imported synthetic pesticides, and fertilizers. So what is the result? Instead of halving hunger, the situation in the 13 focus countries deteriorated. The number of people suffering from extreme hunger increased by 30% during the intervention of the agri years. If you look at this chart from the World Health Organization, you can actually see how the numbers of hungry people, undernourished people, have increased. In 2005, the year before AGRA started, there was 195 billion undernourished people. 2020, over 100 million more, 281 million. This shows that this system of industrial agriculture has been consistently failing to nourish the world. The problem is that this is based on monoculture cash crops. It reduces crop diversity, and malnutrition is created because of this reduced crop and diet diversity. The concept here is that cash crops are sent to distant markets, and then people get the money from the cash and they can buy food instead of buying food locally. Consequently, local food and diversity declines. The big problem is that when we talk about food security, the world actually produces more than double the food that we need. It is wasted. The problem is not a food shortage. It is the distant commodity market system. The hungry are actually too poor to buy these commodities. On the other hand, the wealthy countries in the developing world, middle classes, have too much food, and this is mostly highly processed, empty of nutrition, and it leads to obesity, type 2 diabetics, heart, liver, and other diseases. On the other hand, if we have a look at who the hungry are, 80% live in rural areas, and 50% of the hungry are actually the farmers who grow our food. 20% are the landless who are dependent on farm work. And then actually we look at who actually produces our food. 70% is produced by smallholder farmers. This is the food we eat. Industrial agriculture, the distant commodity markets actually don't produce that much food. Most of it goes as commodities for industrial systems. In fact, in the global south, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, 80% of the food that is consumed comes from smallholder farmers. So we need to refocus the system. Instead of being on distant commodity markets and cash crops, we need to put food on the table first and work out from there. So the only practical way to nourish the world is to grow food locally, where it is needed, by the people who grow the most food, smallholder farmers. And it is important for us to increase the production of smallholders at local levels to ensure adequate food security. So can it be done? Well, the majority of smallholder farmers in the developing world are traditional farmers, organic by default. And when we teach these farmers to add good regenerative organic practices, there's a list here. You'll be able to get a copy of this if you want to read through it. But I'm trying to save time here. What I want to show, there's a range of techniques we can use that leads to significant increases in yields. And we have the evidence-based data from the United Nations to show that we can do it. So a report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development and the United Nations Environment Program looked at a lot of projects in Africa. And what they found is that the average crop yield in these projects with farmers increased the yield by 116%. In East Africa, it was 128%. The report also notes that since the introduction of industrial agriculture in Africa, food production per person is actually 10% lower now. So the United Nations said that the evidence presented shows that organic agriculture is the most conducive way to ensure food security in Africa. The evidence is there. This is the way how we can ensure that we nourish the world. I want to give you an example of just one project. This is in Tigray in Ethiopia. People will probably remember the big conference, the big music festivals in the 80s to feed the world because of people were starving in Ethiopia. This project came about after that. And it was about regenerating the whole community, the whole landscape, rehabilitating the gullies and the hillsides with diverse vegetation, using what we call fertilizer trees and long grasses along borders, putting in nitrogen and high protein food crops such as faba bean that increases the fertility, high protein food crop. And then a lot of this biomass, as we regenerate it, can be turned into compost. And that can be put on the fields to grow the grains. And this is the result. 900 samples from farmers over 7 years. And in every case, this is what the yield was before the project. The green yield is the yield with compost, showing the doubling of yield, but really importantly, it shows that the compost achieved higher yields than the imported chemical fertilizers. This is an example of wheat grown on a field, and the composted wheat does not have any rust disease. The wheat grown with chemical fertilizers has rust diseases and also needs to be sprayed with imported pesticides. The infested stripe rust wheat from the chemical fertilizers that was sprayed gave a yield of just 1.6 tons a hectare. The composted yield, the composted soil resisted rust and gave a yield of over 6.5 tons per hectare. Really importantly, this compost is made on farm or locally at no or very little cost. So what I want to finish with this is that local regenerative organic systems are the way to nourish the world, because the majority of the world's farmers are smallholders on 2 hectares or less. They produce 80% of the food in the global south, and training them in regenerative organic agriculture based on the science of agroecology dramatically increases yields. The industrial agriculture system of synthetic pesticides and fertilizers supplying distant commodity markets has failed. So it is time to refocus agriculture on local production systems based on organic agriculture markets to primarily supply local markets. This is the evidence-based way to end food insecurity and nourish the world. So I want to thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful lectures. So we talked about the damage made by the largest scale farming regimes, and he also talked about the local based production system. Next, Kuneng Lee, Director of Korea Farming and Fishing Community Research, he will deliver the presentation. Hello, everyone. I'm Kuneng Lee from the KFFCR. I am so delighted to join the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. And we are talking about the climate crisis, which is the daunting challenge facing us today. And I'm delighted also to touch upon the food issues. Today, I want to talk about the food practice of the local citizens. As the previous speaker said, food takes a very important role in our society. So we need the more understanding and issues which is related to the climate crisis. So from the perspective of this, we have to look at this issue and we have to set up the actions to respond to these crises. So the food is not mature on the mature stage right now, but today I will look at the overall relationship between all of this. The average temperature of the Earth is growing continuously. So if it exceeds more than 2.5, the natural recovery capability is lost, and that is the warning for our world. And this is the goal for the carbon neutrality, and we set up the many policies for that. This is a famous hockey stick curve. Compared to the 10,000 year, the temperature change, the recent change is much bigger than like 10,000 years, during the 10,000 years. And this is a monitoring about the carbon footprint, and the CO2 emission is growing further and further. And the important thing in the carbon circulation is that in the relations of the air and the land, the certain amount of the carbon is circulated to regulate the temperature of the earth. So during the stabilization period, we started the farming and we started our life. So the deploying the utilization of the fossil fuels and human activities related to the soil is causing the climate changes. And it is also in the same context of our response to the climate crisis. On Earth, most of the carbon is buried in the minerals. In the carbon in the air is absorbed by the soil, and compared to the distribution in the air, the amount of the soil captured the carbon is much bigger. But due to the industrial revolution and the energy consumption pattern of our society, deteriorate our capacity of the soil absorption, which cause the carbon emission problem severe. So we are thinking about how to respond to these crises. So our system for the last 10,000 years hit the balance. However, after the Industrial Revolution, the totally different energy source and the energy was used and utilized. The sunlight in the past made the organic ingredients in the soil but we took out these carbons in the soil and we utilize them. That's why we have more carbon emission right now. So this trend continues, and moreover, after the First World War and the Second World War, the technology and intensive energy use, energy injection, was adopted into the agricultural industry, which is called the green evolution. So just within the 20 or 30 years, we had the improved the seed and the chemical fertilizer and pesticides. So productivity of the agriculture increased dramatically, and the population grew double and tripled. That's our current situation. Then our prosperity and growth is evolving, but we are expanding, just expanding our life activities. But we have to get the energy from our soils. So energy scale and the population growth and the energy diversity was compared like this. And the green revolution was about the energy utilization. It was the sunlight in the past, but now it's a fossil fuels. In Korea, after Korean War, we received the many contribution from other countries, and we raised the livestock with the chemical feed. And the Korean Green Revolution was also like following the world trend. This is a yield of the wheat crop in the U.S. In the 1960s, it dramatically increased. That's the factor adopted during the Green Revolutions. And there was also globalization of the agriculture food system. So in the early 1990s, we opened the border for the agricultural produce, and we are now following the trade treaty of the world, enjoying the abundance of the food. So based on the growth theory, the consumers and production was separated, and rural area was separated from the urban cities. However, the agriculture is the origin of the human beings. So from the production, the transport and waste, we have to look at these from the whole holistic perspective so that we can find out the solution for the crisis. We have to think how to produce and how to provide the food, and this kind of our activities affecting the climate crisis, which is a dilemma and a daunting task, which is difficult to solve. And now the food produced in the area are changing due to the climate change, and we also see the extreme weathers across the world. And last year in Korea, also we had the long monsoon seasons for the 2 months, and we also had the heavy rainfall during the fall, which affects the production of the agricultural produce. So in this winter, we will have an eggflation, and the food riots happened in other places in the world. So we are wondering the energy prices going up. So what kind of situation we will have in this winter? Rice reservation hitting the bottom rock, but we do not see the reality due to the abundance around us. In 2010, there was a drought in the Russia and the Central Asia, which brings the production decrease. Then the importing countries like Middle East and the Mediterraneans had the Jasmine Revolution, which caused by this kind of the food crisis. Even 10 years passed, but the Syrian war is leading to the Brexit becoming the very important factors in the geopolitical issues around the world. So the food is closely related to the civilization and people's life. This is the global greenhouse gas emissions in each industry. 18.4% is coming from the agriculture and the forestry and the land use. For the agriculture and especially the livestock emit the methane, and from the rice paddies, the methanes are emitted according to the research. And the overly injected the chemical fertilizers emit the NaOH. It is highly likely to emit the greenhouse gases more than other industry. So across the whole prism of the production and the related logistics and the processing, 25 to 30% of energies are used in this industry, and they emit the greenhouse gases as much. By items, you can see the chart in the table in the slides. And according to the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report of Korea, among the 700 million tons, the agriculture takes the 21,191 tons for the rice production and the soils and the burnings and the compost. Other than this, in the logistics and the utilization of the energy, consumption, logistics, processing are not included here. So we have to consider those emission too. So the usage rate of the fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, is very high in Korea. And also the use of the compost is high too. However, the feedstock for the livestock is imported, and all these chemical ingredients are imported too. And we are dependent on the oils, fossil fuels. So livestock and the production of the rice is totally different from the patterns we produced in the past. And due to that, the house or greenhouse gases is increasing. That's our consumption pattern. Then we can think about the organic produce, which use less energy and work hard to resolve the soil. So maybe it will have the less emissions according to the research and the survey. In the second graph bar, which is a fruit, so you can see the difference between the greenhouse gas emission between the organic and non-organic. Currently, the 20 to 23 tons of the production is the wheat, rice, and the beans. So, and we don't have any the damage on the for the population across the world. However, but the more people than the mammals are living on the earth, and the livestock, 70 billion units of the livestock are living on the earth, sharing the feeds and the fuels. So this is a very sensitive issue, and 40% of the corn is used for the biofuels. So that we say that we have enough grains, but this is feeding cars and the cattle together, which is the great crisis. Now we are passing the peak point, according to the scholars. Meat consumption and meat production per capita in Korea is increasing. It's more than 60 kilograms now. So the people are eating less rice and more meat. And we have to think about if it is sustainable or not. And our agricultural production is based on the grain, but this is just 20%. Other than this 20%, we import everything. But we use a lot of the fossil fuels in whole cycles, including the logistic, but those all detailed step is not included in the domestic research about the carbon emissions. So Korea is passing the Japan and the UK in terms of the imports of the food. So as of the 2019, compared to the previous survey, CO2 by the food logistics is half of the total production, which is 10,000 tons. In order to narrow the distance, physical distance, we are using the local food movement, and in order to narrow the time distance, we are doing the slow food movement. And we also have the social distance. So there is a movement to integrate all these social distance using the package, school package movement. Urban cities are emitting the carbon a lot. So the urban citizens should feel the sense of the crisis, but they don't. So as a response to the climate change, the people go for the vegans, or they try to do the urban agriculture. So maybe we can discuss in detail in the panel discussion more. So the people should feel this as their own problems. So we need institutional framework, but we have to also take the cautious step, such as the organic produce certification. Consumers try to confirm the safety in the organic food certification, but that's the stumbling block where the food processing food production is not cutting the carbon emissions. So we have to have the transition of the system so that we can promote the less carbon emission in the food, the cycle of the food production. So indefinite food is not right and it's not possible. We need to set our standard with the level of happiness. So we have to take the climate definition as the basic indicators for the just transition and sustainable transition and the consistent transitions. The Carbon Neutrality Committee of Korea will announce the scenarios soon. But there was a various discussion about the food, local food, but I hope this will be include more in scenarios. So Korean government should have a more thorough monitoring about the land preservation. There is no certain goals made by the government. So we have to take these into account for the transition in the policies. The climate crisis is to recover the status and the role of the agriculture. So we have to have the policy to support to integrate the agriculture, food, and environment in the local region, so that we can make the Green New Deals and the national ESG for that. Soil is stabilizing the carbon. So we have to promote these activities, and for that we need the regenerative organic agriculture method. And Korean government is just focusing on the energy transition too much, but that's why the urban citizens do not feel the crisis, setting up the direction of the agriculture in a different way. And this is not right. Agricultural land should have their health integrity and potential integrity for the carbon. We need to make a movement and policy transition based on that. So the consumers should know that their choice can overcome the climate crisis. Especially, there are foods wasted in the rural area, which was not produced as the product. So that 1/3 of the food are wasted in that way, even though there is the extreme poverty or the hunger in another part of the world. So in order to overcome such kind of issue, there is the third movement in the Denmark. So we have to consider those kind of the response too, like opening the store in the local area, and in the university or in the public cafeteria, they can adopt the vegan menu so that the students can voluntarily join this kind of movement. That can be the pilot project for other regions too. So we need the activities and supportive measures for that. So we have to reduce the carbon mouthprint. We say production and the consumption pattern of the food can change the earth. So the climate crisis and the agriculture is in the same context. So we have to set up the food system of the self-sufficiency, and that we have to take the production system with the carbon neutrality. It is not systemically organized. That's why the producers want to contribute to this. However, they cannot join actually in the system. There's no support, social support or the system for that. That's why it is difficult to change to those system. Now the ICOOP or some organizations are doing so, but we need more effort. So the climate crisis is the last opportunity for our society to change our agricultural system, I believe. So the leaders, the pioneers, should make this relationship and take an important role, and that's the activities we can do in the face of the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the great lecture. So in terms of climate change, the issue of food is a key issue, and I think you have touched upon this issue on a global level, and we were able to understand the fundamental reason for these issues. So with climate change, there would be refugees and the disruption of the global order as well. So as I have listened to your presentation, I was really interested with the phrase, we need to reduce our mouth print. Of course, we need to take various actions and also make a transition for our food system. So based on these presentations, now we are going to carry out a discussion on the actual action that should be taken place in Korea with our discussants. So we have 4 panelists for the discussion. Let me move to my seat first. So in order to comply with social distancing, I'm going to wear my face mask. Let me first introduce our discussion panels. First of all, we have President Yang Byung-wook from the Jeonju Urban Agriculture Research Institute. A big round of applause, please. Next, from Jeonju ICOOP, we have President Bok-ju Bae. From National Sustainability Consultative Body, we have Secretary General Jun-hwa Yang, who has been working hard to create a local community around Korea. And we also have the planning director of the local foundation who is engaged in policy making, Chang-han Lee. So we have about 1 hour left for session 1. So in the order that I've introduced, I ask all the panelists to start with your discussions. The first presenter was Mr. Andrew Liu, and I'm aware that he is connected on Zoom to participate in this discussion. So after your presentations, we're going to have a discussion. Now, Mr. Yang, please go ahead. Good morning. I'm a farmer. So I'm a farmer in urban arable land, and I'm also a generation of the climate change era. So let me talk about urban agriculture and food. When you look at overseas cases where urban farming is well developed, it starts from resolving the food insecurity of urban areas or to supply food for the military. In the modern society, urban farmers are growing fruits and flowers as well as crops. They also grow insects in order to improve the atmosphere of the urban area, improve the environmental protection, secure biodiversity and healthy food, promote healthy leisure activities, and create a beautiful landscape. And it contributes to sustainability of farming and also promotes the importance of eco-friendly farming techniques to minimize environmental pollution. In 2011, the Korean government enacted the Act on Development in Support of Urban Agriculture, and we have various ordinances under local governments to provide training programs for urban farmers and their farming. And we are observing the increase of activists. In the case of Korea, more than 90% of the population reside in less than 10% of the territory, which are urban areas. So our lifestyles are very urban. So promoting the value of urban farming to the urban dwellers and encouraging their participation is very essential, and policy will be very crucial under the era of climate change. We will be able to raise the level of understanding on the importance of protecting the environment and responding against climate change. This means that more than 90% of our population will join actions to respond to climate crisis. The causes for the climate crisis include greenhouse global warming due to the increased carbon concentration in air after the Industrial Revolution. So the sophisticated civilization of the modern times is a price that we pay. The price of this civilization is climate change. In order to overcome this issue, we need collaboration and research by various international organizations and research institutes. But from our perspective, where the activists who work in the field, we actually need practical actions and small steps in order to contribute to mitigating climate change. I'm also going to talk about ways for urban farming to contribute. In 2019, IPCC published the Special Report on Climate Change and Land, and it said that urban and suburban farming can help resolve the urban food problem, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and responding to climate change. So it has emphasized the important role of urban farming in providing ecological environmental functions and building food systems. So urban farming is a form of civil movement that pursues various values of urban farming. So let me focus only on food and climate crisis. First of all, we have small farms surrounded by fences in the urban area or right in front of your home. So by farming on this small lawn, you can improve the urban environment, and also you can provide vegetables for your daily necessities. So these food, in terms of carbon footprint and food mileage, is actually near zero. And secondly, urban farming in principle should not use chemicals. In our organization, we actually run and farm an urban farm, and we rent these farms to the urban dwellers so they can engage in urban farming. And there is a principle. They cannot use chemical fertilizers or pesticides, and they cannot use any chemical agricultural materials such as plastic materials that can burden the environment. By using these farming techniques, we can of course protect the environment, but also reduce the cost of processing waste and also prevent carbon emissions from the waste processing. So it has an effect of offsetting carbon from the farming process. And thirdly, we will have the residue from farming. And these residue or residual plants will be composted at a corner of the farm and will be used for farming once again. We have listened about this from the first presentation in session 1. So restoring this organics to our soil increases fertility. It will be used as nutrients for the plant, but it also activates various microorganisms in the soil to raise fertility. And through photosynthesis, the carbon will be absorbed by plants and will be stored in the soil. So we can fix these carbon from air into the soil. So as a result, we will get a fertile soil, which means that we no longer have to use chemicals. And with better fertility of the soil, you can see healthy crops, which are resistant against pests So compared to conventional farming, there is less incentive to use chemicals. And fourthly, urban farming can raise people's understanding on the importance of our environment. Based on this understanding, we can see a natural change in people's lifestyles, becoming more eco-friendly. So I've introduced urban farming in Korea and the benefits of urban farming that we expect. So I hope that, well, I visited Jeonju city government several times and we have a urban farm there. And I hope it can be expanded so we can encourage the participation of more citizens in the future. People who don't have any experience in farming. Do I have more time? Okay. So there are people who don't have any experience in farming and they want to participate in urban farming and they think, now I'm a farmer and I'm going to harvest good crops. But the harvest that they get don't seem so healthy. So through this process, people can understand how difficult farming is. So in the end, we see people saying that buying from the grocery store is the cheapest way. The crops that we buy in the stores are not expensive. So if we want to expand the consumption of organic crops compared to conventional crops, the problem is that they are more expensive. But if once people join urban farming, they understand why organic crops are more expensive. So recently, the price of vegetables increased by several fold, and the farmers who joined our program were not very hesitant to pay for these vegetables. So price resistance will decrease, and this will help our organic farmers that have been facing difficulty in securing sales channels. So I think policy-wise, this will be quite beneficial for the city, and I look forward to more support from Jeonju City for urban farms so that more urban dwellers can join in. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. I actually had my own farm in my apartment, but it needs a lot of work and effort. So urban farming can become fostered if we have the circulative system, the people can recognize the importance of the food by actually having the hands-on experience in their own farm. So these basic awareness should be expanded for our the future crisis. So next, we will talk about the consumption, food consumption, how consumers should be prepared. So the I-coop, the cooperatives, the 배복주 will introduce about that. So our I-coop is the consumers cooperatives. So we try to meet the requirements of the consumers who want to have the healthy food their own family. So the food is our hope, and food is keenly related to the environment. So in our cooperatives, the environmental movement is very important. Especially last year, seed was not harvested the sesame seed was not harvested, so we didn't have the sesame seeds in our shops, and our people could not use the sesame oils, so they can feel this kind of crisis physically in person. Until the last year, we had various activities to respond to the climate change and the environmental crisis with our own cooperative members, but we wanted to make it more systematically. So the 100 cooperatives, all the total 300,000 members, set up the agenda to put them into action in their life. So around this time last year, we had the 3 items, and the first was reducing the consumption of meat and increasing the consumption of the vegetables. And the second item was to reducing the food garbage, and the third item is to reduce the plastic for the food, takeout food. So we selected the 3 agendas, and we are working on these very hard. And the presentation made by the Lee were covered by covering about these 3 items. So I thought that we picked the very right agendas. So let me introduce our activities. So decrease in the meat consumption is the actual actions which can be made in their households. So our members selected a certain food to share the recipe for that, and we had some like a food the culinary competition so that we can reduce the consumption of meat. And also regarding the plastics for the food to go, so we wanted to reduce the water bottles because we see so many water bottles are used in our daily lives. So we asked the member to use their tumblers. But for the sustainability, we had to have the easy way. So we mostly use the tumbler, but in cases we cannot bring our tumblers, we wanted to make the paper bottles. And we thought that it can contribute to the environmental protection. So we packed the water into this carton package. So by replacing the plastic water bottle with the paper carton, we can reduce the waste of the plastics. And next, I want to talk about the food garbage. Food garbage takes up the 25% of the total life waste. And disposal, the cost for the disposal of the food garbage is so big, which is the 950 billion won. So we had the initiatives to reduce the food garbage in our household. And we encourage the member to buy small amount of food and cook the small amount of food so that they can finish up all the food on the table. But the food garbage from the household is very big. However, the food garbage in the cycle of the processing and the logistic was bigger, which is very sorry for our movements. But we cannot change this in a day or the change with our effort, and we thought we need the institutional framework for that. So if we can reduce only the 20% of the food garbage, we can save the amount of the huge amount of the traffic and trees. So from last year, we pushed the initiatives of the reduction of the food garbage. We need the social ripple effect, and we need the institutional base. So we made the box called the Angry Food, and we made a leaflet about the food wasted even before the consumption, and we sent this to the influencers of the social network services. And the people posted the testimonials about this, and the discussion about the best if used by was made in the Health and Welfare Committee. And from 2023, January 1st, the system of the best if used by will be effective based on thanks to our movement. So the sell-by system is the point where the food can be sold. However, the best if used by means the period the consumer can consume the food. So if the best if used by is used for the food, we can avoid the case where the food is wasted even before the consumption. So if we use the best if used by for the tofu, the sell by period is 14 days. However, the best if used by should be the 100 days. And for the bread, it can increase up to like 50 days. And for the milk, it also will increase up to 50 days. So the Korean Ministry of the Food and Drug Safety are working to adopt this DLC system. But when we say that we can use the tofu for 100 days, many people ask about the safety. Safety is a basic ingredient. So if it is kept between the 0 to 5 Celsius degree, and if it's not open, you can use tofu for 100 days. That's what best if used by mean. So when the DLC is adopted and the consumers shares the concept of the safety of this DLC, we need the guidelines, or we need the education and the training. That's what we are concerned nowadays. So the activities we are doing in our cooperatives are not perfect. And difficult for the individual to put them in action in a perfect way. However, rather than the perfect action, we pursue unstable but the sustainable actions which can taken by the individuals. If these kind of individuals increases, more and more, I think we can make an effective movement, I think. So we had these kind of activities for more than a year, and we wondered. So these climate crisis committee activities, the household which has this kind of activities, or the ordinary household has a difference. So with the various standards, so we compared their menus and waste amount of the food waste. We compared those two groups. So we did this comparison in September. It's not the correct measure, but we could confirm that the use of the plastic was much less in the household with these activities. And many households change their menu into the vegan menu so that they can reduce the carbon emissions. So these small actions can make a difference. We will continue these small actions, and I told you our 3 initiatives, and now we have to set up the new initiatives this year for the next year. So if you have any recommendation for us, please let us know so that we can beautifully design our initiative for the next year.
So it was about how we need to implement the food issues to reduce waste and use recyclable or reusable containers. So in fact, I myself do consume food when the expiry date is passed, but now we can be safe. We can feel safe while doing so. In the case of paper packaged water bottles, I can use that at home, and I was always wondering whether I can reuse it. To add,
So this time, the Ministry of Environment banned the recycle of the sterilized pack. So we were surprised to hear that, and we made the sterilized pack can be recycled, because this is the sterilized the pack for the water. So we have the deposit for the sterilized pack, which is 21. And so if the consumer brings back this carton pack, we put them into the money mileage in their account, or we return that into the different items. And so we have these like plastic cap on the bottles, and the sterilized pack under, so that we recycle the plastic cap. So the recycle is possible, and we will do the recycle very hard.
thank you for that detailed explanation, and it's great that you are preparing in such details. So rather than the action of one person, we need more people to join in, and we need to help them access these programs as well. Next, we will listen to Mr. Junhwa Yang regarding activities related to sustainability. Good morning. I am Chuna Yang, the Secretary General of the Korean National Sustainability Consultative Body. So thank you for the great 2 presentations, Dr. Liu and Mr. Lee. The presentations that you have given have a long way to be applied to the Korean farming industry, but regarding carbon capture and storage and agriculture's contribution to net zero will be done by the information shared with you in your presentations, I think. Well, you know about the SDGs, but to elaborate, well, you know, President Moon and BTS joined in the SDG moment in the UN in New York. So the goal was established in 2015, and there has been global action to achieve this, but we have a long way to go. In order to raise awareness, BTS did a great job, I think. So there are 17 different SDGs, which are all important. Today, we are going to focus on food and agriculture, but worldwide, there are a lot of people who are suffering from abject poverty. We need to save them. There's also food insecurity, COVID-19, and the healthcare system against infectious diseases. We also have a goal for education infrastructure. There are illiterate people who find it difficult to communicate with others. I don't know where it is. It was Afghanistan. You can see in the country that women's rights are absolutely needed to be improved. And there are many countries suffering from water scarcity and lack of energy access, inflicting pain on people due to cold and heat. So in total, we have 17 different SDGs. And if we are trying to promote these goals in our conventional ways, we will have to consume a lot of energy, and a lot of greenhouse gas will be emitted in the process. But they all need to be attained. So under the circumstances, while we try to attain the goals, overall we need one integrated response to the climate crisis. So it should be an unconventional way. For example, in terms of carbon neutral policy, as Mr. Lee has mentioned, to make energy transition, farmlands can be transitioned to produce energy. Then that would decrease the level of coverage on top of the soil. So there is much criticism in Korea that they are using farmlands to reduce carbon emissions without any evidence. And people are saying they are trying to buy carbon credit from overseas or to absorb carbon using the forest. And there are doubts whether these alternatives are realistic. Now, under the policy of carbon neutrality in the city, roads, and buildings, we need to cover our soil with greenery and thereby improving the carbon storage of the soil. And that will take quite a long time and effort. The alternatives proposed were eco-farming and carbon-absorbing farming that are not just options, but our essential way forward. We need to walk that way because basically food must be used to fight against hunger and feed us. So affordable and stable food supply is the general goal in people's minds. But of course, we need to understand the importance of food, but we also need to be able to feel fulfillment and joy in the process. One of the criteria related to happiness is sense of unity or sense of belonging. As I've heard during the keynote speech. So local foods or organic packages, these ways of connecting the producer and consumers need to be maintained to ensure stability in production and consumption, and this will be the source of sustainability and happiness. So near us, we will be able to share a relationship between the consumers and producers, and this can be attained by local farming and local distribution channels. Eco-farming and organic farming, carbon-absorbing farming must be attained along with this as well. So while I was preparing for today's discussion, we all want to achieve improvements for all 17 goals, not just for food and climate change, but we don't want to exacerbate the issue of climate change. So while we resolve the food issue, we also need to attain improvement in achieving the other 16 goals. And I try to assess farming. So the current conventional farming has been exacerbating poverty of the households. And if we raise fertility of the soil, we can increase harvest, thereby raising income. That was proposed as one solution in the presentation. And I think this is the same in sustainable farming. And one panelist said the issue of overconsumption of meat and excessive nitrogen leading to imbalance and prevention of using chemicals to ensure health and safety. In terms of raising people's awareness, urban farming and organic farming are gaining much interest, I think. We have been lacking training programs, and urban farming could be a very good alternative. Also, there is the issue of women farmers who were rendered as secondary beings due to mechanization of farming. And as mentioned, we have low carbon farming and labor-intensive farming. And rather than mechanization, we need to focus on small-scale focused farming. And in these areas, I think the rights can be strengthened for women farmers and inequality resolved. We also need to restore the rain storage capacity of soil, as you would all know. The conventional technique of farming rather contributes to polluting water resources. And decent jobs can be created not by the commercialized form of farming, but by new types of distribution channels with better quality with the relationship between the stakeholders. And we also need technological advances and capacity building. We need to decrease the level of inequality and install more greenery spaces in the urban area. Expand sustainable production techniques because we produce too much and throw away too much. To respond to climate change, one way to absorb carbon is to improve the restorative capacity of the ocean and soil. And farming could be an alternative for this. And we can also contribute to biodiversity in the marine ecosystem and on land biodiversity, including the stream, rivers, and water basins. Also restore our native species to secure genes. And until now, we were overly dependent on the use of oil and land as a public asset or resource. So ownership on the land was limited to a small number of people. So going forward, we need to make a transition to the type of farming where the mass can participate under democracy and to resolve inequality regarding devolution and local development. So we need to create this foundation for such partnership. So I mentioned the 17 SDGs related to various areas. So whether they are problems or solutions, I always think about the issue. They need to be solutions, but whether farming is a solution for this crisis, I don't know. I think a transition is essential right now.
Thank you for your remarks. He talked about the 7 goals among the 17 SDGs. And these 7 goals are related and supplemental to each other. And in that context, we have to set up the policies for food and the measures against each goals he talked about. Next, I'll invite Chang-an Lee for his presentation. And hello, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful comments so far. To summarize, Mr. Andre Lowe, the food conditions should be established in the local regions, and for that, the organic production method should be established. That's what he wanted to say in the presentation. And then the next speaker talked about the consumers' activities and the capitalization of the consumers and the consumption pattern, change in the consumption patterns and the reduction in the meat consumption. So the presentation of the two people I will be discussing in my comments now. And I'd like to emphasize one thing. It is the guarantee for the food right. So as you know very well, the climate change is threatening for our food. Moreover, we had the COVID-19 pandemic on top of this. So the food supply chain is disrupted a lot across the world. And the global food sustainability is under threat. So the food supply for the citizens and the food policy should be set up to guarantee the food security. Food security and the food sovereignty needs the self-sufficiency for the food, and we need also stable consumption and the production together. Those two should go hand in hand. It's like two wheels of the bicycles. So there should be many actions for the food self-sufficiency. But Korea has lack of the land for the self-sufficiency. So now we are working with the research institute, Agricultural Research Institute. By 2023, we have to raise the self-sufficiency up to 60%. For the rice, we have a 97%, and it should go up to the 100%. And by cultivating, the harvesting the beans and the other grains twice a year, so that we can increase the self-sufficiency rate up to the total 60%. So the for the stable production, we need a subsidy from the government, so that we can expand the functions of the rural area, so that we can have a stable supply of food. This kind of discussion is in the context of the consumption and the production in the face of the climate crisis. So we have to we made a transition to the environmental ecosystem-based agricultural production, and that's what producers and farmers called for, because they feel the climate crisis. So that they want to transition to the environmental eco-friendly production method. But they cannot make this change in a day. They wanted to make the gradual change to the regenerative organic farming method. So by 2027, they will increase the percentage of the organic by 20% and reduce the chemical fertilizers. They set up several goals to do so, and this kind of the goals will be turned into the policy after the presidential election next year. So to protect the environment and to provide the food stably, citizens should make a solidarity. One thing we should remember is that the climate crisis and the COVID pandemic disrupted the food supply chain of the world, exacerbating the hungers in certain countries. Korea, which has no hunger, don't have that serious problems. However, the vulnerables, the food vulnerables, can be affected by that. So the sustainable agriculture and the sustainable food culture, we have to come up with the measures. We don't have the period of the spring poverty anymore, and many people say that they have enough food. But when we give the specific details about the statistics, they are surprised. because there are people who has a problem of the food are almost 10% of the total population of Korea. So in terms of the calories recommendation, we call the people malnutrition people if they are like 75% of the nutrients recommendation. But if we combine the food vulnerable and lack of the people with the lack of the calorie recommendation is more than the 5.5%. Among them, the senior citizens take the large part because the senior citizens have a limitation in the mobility, so they cannot travel to get their food. So they don't have any mobility to get the food. They just consume the food they have. So they are easy to be malnutritioned. And Daechi-dong, which is in the Gangnam area, the children's in those areas are considered to be rich, the children from the rich family. However, they are malnutritioned because they are having their food on the streets. They don't have enough time to have the proper meals because they have to study in the private academic institutes. So those children are also included in the food vulnerability. And the young adolescents are also in this circle because the preparation to get a job or to study in the library, they don't intake the proper meals during a day. They just buy food from the convenience stores and they eat their meals with the instant food. So we need to provide the supportive measures customized to those people and depending on their life cycles. So all the cooperatives in the college run the 6 restaurants at average. So this cafeteria can use the voucher system for the young adolescents. However, the financial ministry cut the budget for these kind of policies because they didn't know the significance of the food vulnerability. So we have to raise our voice so that the right for the food can be guaranteed. It is not just related to nutrition. It is also related to the equality. So in 2018, the top class was at 10.5%, but the lower class was almost 28.7% in terms of the malnutrition. So we have to consider these factors when we make food policies. So the food justice should be done with the people and the local government and central government together, which needs the keen attention. So local government can build the local food plan, and secure the basic food right. And as the citizens, we have to give that influence to the policy, but there is the blind spot. So we have to have the various actions or the practices so that we can help the people in those blind spots. So we can call these kind of awakened citizens as the food citizens, and for that we need the education and the training for the food in the customized to the life cycle. Jeonju City for the last several years has a slogan of the basic food city, and in July, Jeonju City announced a declaration for the guarantee of the basic food right. So local governments need the tight monitoring and the policy making so that the city can make the public-private partnership and become the dignifying city of people. Healthy and safe food should be realized through the Jeonju City's policy. That is all from my side.
So until now, we have been talking about the policy to make transition for food, but you have discussed protecting the marginalized in terms of food and malnutritioned people. So you have mentioned food issues from the perspective of justice. Food is essential to sustain people's lives, and in the process of production and consumption, there's the issue of climate change, but you emphasize the justice side of food. So I think we have listened to all the discussions, and you have all pointed out the reason we need to focus on this issue and also what kind of action that we need. So from now on, I am going to ask you some questions, including Dr. Andre Leo. Mr. Leo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
예. 안녕하십니까?
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon. So I am Dong Seung Han, the moderator for this session. So we have listened to the presentations and the discussions, and now I'm about to ask some questions. I have two questions for you. So first of all, we've been continuously talking about the food issue under the climate crisis. The most important thing from the perspective of local governments is the future direction of food policy, I think. Of course, we cannot make a transition in the short term, so I think we need a long-term policy that should be implemented in a phased-out manner. So I wonder if you have any advice for especially the local government in the city of Jeonju, or share any examples from overseas cases.
Thank you. That is a very good question. There are a range of local governments now who are actively involved in having their whole local government area go organic. In fact, in Asia, there's one called the Asian Local Government Organic Agriculture Association, ALGOA. And all those mayors, in some cases also governors, are working to make their districts fully organic. And it can be done reasonably quickly if the governments resource it and, most importantly, put good training into teaching the farmers how to go organic. The problem is for farmers is that if they don't know how to do it, they can set themselves up for crop failure. But if we can bring in good training, and particularly mentors from other organic farmers who are doing it, we can help the new farmers transition to organic systems and do it reasonably quickly, within 3 to 4 years. It's not that difficult. And in terms of climate change, what we have found is by improving the increase of soil organic matter, and that actually is due to using photosynthesis to capture carbon dioxide and the plant roots put it into the soil, we can increase the water holding capacity and increase the resilience to the adverse climate events. And in the end, what we can have are farming systems that are far more resilient and therefore higher yielding than the current industrial systems. And we have the data to show that these farming systems are actually greenhouse gas negative. They draw down more carbon dioxide and put it into the soil than the greenhouse gases that they emit. So with the proper transition, we can build more resilient, high-yielding systems, plus we can have an active role in reversing climate change.
Thank you for the answer. So using organic farming and transitioning local areas to organic farming, and the key point was training you mentioned, and we need to also improve the storage capacity of the soil to increase yields. Thank you for that great insight. I think reducing food waste was one of the actions pointed out in the discussion to improve resiliency. So do we have Dr. Lee? Can you also share your insight?
So basic direction is same as mine, I think. But the important thing is that, so who is the entity who have to work hard to respond to the climate change? The policy makers and the politicians and citizens, the public or the consumers or producers. They are all separated. And the policies put the producers as objective of the policies. So the process the policy making is separated from the actions of the producers or the consumers. So we need to make a governance of the cooperation between the public and the private and the policymakers and the consumers. If we don't have such a kind of the cooperation, we cannot solve the problems. Now the happening is that our staple farming is emitting the carbon emission a lot. Our conventional farming, the emission of the conventional farming is not measured properly or not monitored properly. So the agricultural authority has the pilot projects, many pilot projects. However, the farmers do not have any involvement in the project. They don't include the farmers in the setting up of the pilot project. So it is not the practical or the immersive project for the farmers. And some farmers are doing the non-injective farming, and there are consumers who are aware of this kind of the practices, and they pay the cost, and they buy the produce from those non-injective farming. I think the local government should work together with them. So getting budgeting is not so important. All the players in the region should be involved in a certain network so that they can organize this kind of project together. I think that is the actions we can make in the local region.
You mentioned a very important thing. Policy is quite theoretical, and we have never experienced climate change, and there is no theoretical basis. So we need empirical studies, and also in order to derive actions that are needed. And from that perspective, I think the food issue must take the perspective of not only producers but also the consumers. And we need to provide experience in urban areas for production and consumption. Mr. Young, do you have any idea in terms of policy to make a transition for the urban dwellers as you are engaged in urban farming? So, as a practitioner in urban farming, I always emphasize during training. I think this is similar to what Director Liu has mentioned. I emphasize the importance of restoring organic matter to soil and organic mulching. If you do this, in a short period of time, you can see the soil becoming very fertile, even without having to use chemicals, fertilizers, or pesticides, and you don't really need to till the soil to farm. If you are unexperienced, you cannot believe it. But through organic mulching, you can weed as well. When we think about organic farming, people think that it's labor intensive because you need to replace chemicals and machines with labor, but actually organic farming frees you from labor. So I think we need to provide more training. I hope there are more citizens joining urban farming to actually see with their own eyes the benefits of organic farming, and we can expand implementation.
I think we call it natural farming. How about the Ms. Bae? I think you are putting them into action, so maybe you can have a suggestion for the policies. Today we talked about the agriculture a lot. Our cooperatives are having the deep relationship with the consumers, between the consumers and the producers. So yeah, urban farming is a very good idea, but everybody cannot do it. So in order to hear the voice of the producers, we have as some kind of gathering and meetings. I saw the research results saying that the nutrition from the two apple should coming from the 30 apples nowadays, and the producer always talk about the power of soil, not talking about the farming method. So they try to show us the pile of compost first, and the natural fertilizers. So as the consumers, when we consume our produce to be healthy. However, if land is dead, it is useless. So in the agriculture, the most important thing is the sustainability of the agriculture, which is the recovery of soil. So without this, this problem cannot be solved. So I hope the all farmers the producers do their utmost effort, and the consumers appreciate the harvest and the produce and pay the cost for them. I hope I want to make this kind of a virtual circle.
In fact, we only focused on the tangible, but we actually need to think about what is invisible and understand the overall structure, including the awareness of the citizens. Next, Mr. Yang. In terms of food policy, do you provide any policy advice to the government or anything to share here? In terms of biodiversity, we see expansion of desertification that threatens the survival of the people. But in Korea, arable land becomes deserts once every year because we till the soil, we spread the chemical fertilizers to start farming once again. So we regularly desertify our arable land, and we need to find ways to prevent this.
So that is the measure to grow the power of land. So the deposition of the organic components you are saying. Okay. And Chang-an Lee talked about the justice of the food in our society. And college students do not have the proper breakfast. So we try to come up with those ideas to feed our students in the morning properly. So do you have any best practices or the actual cases? I think you may know we have the community kitchens in each cities. We call it the community kitchen or the village kitchen. So in those kind of places, the breakfast is served for those who skip the meals in the morning. So to install this kind of village kitchen, we need money. So sometimes we rent stores during the morning time so that they can serve the breakfast for the people for cheap price. So we don't need to rent the restaurant by paying the full cost. So that can be the good example. Or I told you before, there are the restaurants ran by the cooperative. So sometimes we use those kind of restaurants. And in Jeonju City, I'm a Jeonju citizen too. And one of my high school friends are from the other rural area outside of the Jeonju, and they lived alone because their family is in the rural area. So for those young students, we try to make the friends through the activities of these community kitchens or the village kitchens. So they can be lonely when they live alone, but they can build a friendship and a network by cooking together in this kind of kitchen.
Thank you. We have run out of time. So for 2 hours, we have listened to two presentations to touch upon the key points of the food issue under climate change, and we focused on small-scale organic farming to strengthen soil fertility and store carbon to secure resilience against climate change. And the four discussants shared with us actual practices that you are carrying out in terms of policy and in the field. The issue of food is related to various areas and it has a lot of solutions, but as our presenters have mentioned, we need to change our ways of thinking and take action, and we will be able to make progress in a short period of time. So I hope all the stakeholders, including producers, consumers, and the government, to cooperate to come up with the fundamental solutions for the food issue and carry out these actions step by step. I think that's our way forward. So with this, we will now wrap up session 1. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our presenters and discussants. We will now take a break for lunch, safe food, and from 2 p.m. we will begin session 2 on ways to facilitate green climate finance in Jeonju. Thank you very much for watching and listening, and please be with us at 2 for session 2 to understand ways to resolve climate change with financing methods. Thank you very much for your participation. if you can please be seated, we will shortly begin with session 2 of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. Good afternoon. I am Jeonju, the moderator of session 2 on how to revitalize green climate finance in Jeonju City. In session 2, we are going to talk about methods to revitalize green climate finance. We will listen to 2 presentations to understand how the city of Jeonju can proactively utilize green financing against climate change or climate crisis. The 2 presenters are first from the University of Sussex of the UK, Professor Andrew Sims, and Secretary General of the Korea Social Responsible Investment Forum, Mr. Jong-woo Lee. After that, we will listen to the comments from 3 different discussants. So first, without further ado, we are going to listen to the presentation by Professor Sims from the UK.
Annyeonghaseyo. It's good to be with you. My name's Andrew Sims, and I'm going to be talking to you about climate finance, green finance, rapid transition, and action by towns, cities, and regions. The International Energy Agency have just said that to bridge the ambition gap to meet international climate goals, an additional $1.7 trillion will need to be spent over the next 9 years up to the year 2030. But it's not enough that we boost green and climate finance to preserve a planet on which life can flourish, human and other kinds. We need to stop all other kinds of finance from fueling the climate and ecological emergencies. While it is urgent to identify and create new sources of funding to pay for fair and rapid transition, international bodies, nations, regions and cities have to stop financing economic activities that do not respect planetary boundaries. We will fail unless we take a whole economy approach. It would be like raising finance to fit solar panels on the roof of a building whilst ignoring the fact that somebody else is paying for petrol to be poured into its ground floor and set alight. Let me illustrate the central importance of this fact with reference to a major global financial center that I am familiar with, a familiarity born of the fact that it is my home city, London, ranked second only to New York as a major global financial center. Its influence is huge. And for that reason, we might be briefly encouraged to learn that London has also been ranked third in another list of 78 international financial centers for its importance as a base for global green finance. The world's second highest ranked financial base being near the top of the league for climate finance should be a great reason for hope. Until that is, we recall the warning of Mark Carney, until recently governor of the Bank of England. He drew attention to an analysis of pension funds, virtually all of whom will have some foothold in the City of London, which revealed that current high carbon investment portfolios are, and I quote, consistent with warming of between 3.7 and 3.8 degrees centigrade, a catastrophically high level of global heating, far beyond international targets. Solar panels on a building are a good thing, but they will not save us if there is a fossil fuel financial fire in the basement. And that is what we have now. I will talk and illustrate some of the innovation in green and climate finance, which is an exciting and rapidly evolving field. But the greatest and fastest advances will result from a shift in overall economic policy that moves us away from the financialization driving debt-fueled overconsumption of the biosphere. We need more climate finance, but we need all money to be green. We need to start imagining what the day-to-day reality of an economy compatible with the 1.5-degree climate target looks like, and ask, how do we overcome the forces currently locking us into those planetary financial fires? JP Morgan Chase reportedly contributed 51.3 billion in fossil fuel financing in 2020 alone, and $317 billion in total from 2016 to 2020. As of January this year, BlackRock, the world's largest financial asset manager, still had investments worth 85 billion in coal companies 12 months after promising to sell most of its shares, which, even if it does, merely passes that investment on elsewhere. Links to such financial institutions are heavy carbon chains weighing us down in the rising waters of a warming world. We need to break those chains and build new financial institutions. The City of London demonstrates the difficulty of tackling anti-green and climate finance because of its ancient and special privileges, such as having its own special lobbyist in Parliament who sits in a special seat, watching out for its interests. They're called the Remembrancer, and having its very own police force, once known as the Night Watch. What this means is that, as well as embracing bold new innovations in finance, we need municipal leaders who are brave enough to reject the financial interest that represents the old fossil fuel order. Green finance offers no simple fix if we do not also see cultural and regulatory change to end the high carbon lifestyles in which people aspire to drive SUVs and regularly world hop on polluting airplanes. Now, I'll give a few examples of what that might look like in practice later. But first, how do we align money with ecology? I want to talk about the price of money and why I think we need what would, in effect, be ecological interest rates. We need to change the way we talk about economics and how its purpose is understood. Now, is it possible to imagine a world in which the money system and the prices placed on money operate in such a way that they help resize the economy to fit within planetary boundaries? If we're going to tether the economics discipline to the real world, a new language is needed. Now, one place to start is with the challenge of attempting to make interest rates, well, interesting. With more focus than ever on a green economic recovery from the pandemic, and before that, the global financial crisis, the fact that there is no constructive connection between money, its cost, and our ecological life support system could and should stop us in our tracks. Now, always of concern to policymakers, interest rates tend only to capture the attention of the wider public if they have savings or a mortgage. But if you take even a passing interest in life's ecological foundations, we should be talking about having an ecological interest rate. Globally, the economy has outgrown the carrying capacity of the biosphere. As a conservative, annual assessment of ecological overshoot makes clear. It is as if we are trying to push size 10 economic feet into size 6 planetary shoes. Now, in Korea, that would be about a size 290 millimeter foot into a size 250 millimeter shoe. The size of the economy, in turn, is fueled by the supply of credit, which may then take different monetary forms. More money in circulation tends to increase conventional economic growth, as measured by a rise in the very narrow indicator GDP, GNP. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean the productive economy is getting bigger or that the majority are benefiting from it, but what it almost certainly does mean is that sources of irreplaceable ecological value are being liquidated. Now, interest rates are the price paid for borrowing money, and when the price of money is positive, which it usually is, more has to be paid back than was actually borrowed, hence interest, and especially compound interest. In other words, the interest paid on the original sum borrowed with the accrued interest on top. Now, that also motivates orthodox growth, which reliant as it is on an extractive economic model that tends to exploit the biosphere and also human labor. Now, we know that the economy's footprint is already too big. The UN Environment Programme's late 2020 publication of the International Resource Panel report on resource efficiency and climate change, material efficiency strategies for a low carbon future, that found that emissions from the extraction and production of materials such as metals, minerals, woods, plastics more than doubled from 1995 to 2015, accounting for a full quarter of global emissions. Now, in 2020, it was reported that for the first time, the consumption of resources passed the 100 billion ton mark, and global material use is projected to rise dramatically on current trends to between 170 and 184 billion tons by 2050. Now, driving all this growth and increased consumption is our wider economic and financial system, with money and its price as lubricant and enabler. Now, because money is a social construct, a promise to pay, it cannot be finite, unlike the planet. We can always make another promise, but the human or ecosystem's ability to fulfill that promise, to meet the liability, is finite. So, is it possible to imagine a world in which the money system and the prices placed on money can operate in such a way that they help resize the economy to fit within those planetary boundaries? What an ecological interest rate, what might it look like? Well, monetary policy, that's the control of the amount of money in circulation and how it's created, is essentially meant to warm things up or cool them down. More than appropriate a metaphor given the threat of global heating. And this depends on the needs of the economy at any particular time and what is needed in the interests of society and ecological health. In a climate emergency, this means making money expensive and hard to access for what you want less of, such as high carbon goods and services, and cheap and easily available for what you want more of, such as clean, community-owned renewable energy, large-scale home energy retrofit programs, and public transit systems rather than private cars. Now, it's basically the same principle as for good taxation policy, namely where you tax more what you want less of and less what you want more of. It's worth saying at this point that there is one very obvious option open to city and regional authorities who are committed to low carbon transition. The divest invest movement, aiming to remove investment from fossil fuels and see it shift to green options, has grown from virtually nothing less than a decade ago to be a major force for change. From the first known active divestment from fossil fuels by the small Unity College in Portland, Maine in the United States in 2012, the movement grew in just 6 years to reach its 1,000th divestment by late 2018. Today, there are over 1,300 institutions, including government and pension funds, with a combined value in excess of $14 trillion engaged in fossil fuel divestment. Every municipality that cares about the future should be scrutinizing its full divestments and switching any that are high carbon to greener options. But now returning to the cost of borrowing, it should be made much higher for those banks and other investors who are actively investing in coal, oil and gas and fueling the crisis for as long as that is allowed to continue. Currently, the rate of interest rarely, if ever, includes ecological impact. There's plenty of talk about so-called ESG factors, that's environmental, social and governance, but this doesn't even scratch the centrality of the interest rate in allocating the trillions of capital in the economy. Yet even with the scope of already available mechanisms, there are practical ways to implement these principles. Banks have to hold certain amounts of capital against the lending they do. These so-called capital adequacy requirements are set in Basel in Switzerland by the Bank for International Settlements, according to the risk weighting of a loan, which can range from naught, not risky at all, to 150%, very risky. Now, at the moment, the cost of debt to the big oil and gas companies is the same as to the major renewable power companies, but the risk weighting of lending to fossil fuels could be raised so that more capital would need to be held against it. Conversely, clean energy loans could carry very low to zero risk weightings. Now, because this system is already set up and because big companies are already pre-categorized for their type of activity under standard industrial classifications for things like their listings on exchanges, like the FTSE index, it could be changed automatically. Hence, renewables might, for example, attract a risk weighting of 20% or less, possibly aided by government guarantees as essential support for a green industrial policy. And fossil fuels could have a new higher rate of, say, 200%. This would mean that when company green, so to speak, focused on renewables goes to the bank, it will pay a much lower rate of interest compared to company brown that works in the fossil fuel sector. Now, one end of the market for selling money, following outrage at predatory pricing by so-called payday lenders, a modest interest rate cap was introduced in the United Kingdom in 2014, and most countries have usury laws to control the upper limit of how much interest can be charged. But of course, that logic could be flipped, and states could insist on a higher minimum rate to be applied to money lent to fossil fuel companies. Now, immediate and profound intervention is needed to influence energy investment patterns and carbon lock-in. This alone could transform the availability of green and climate finance. At a more household level, high carbon lifestyles have been locked in by the easy availability of credit, which actively incentivizes them and makes them more attractive. The highly evolved system of car finance is a major example. But with everything that we know about the human health and climate impacts of, for example, sports utility vehicles, petrol and diesel engine cars, why are banks allowed to lend for their purchase in such a way that people don't even think twice, rather than waiting years for the phase out of internal combustion engines? The risk weighting of loans to petrol and diesel engine cars could similarly be top rated. In this way, high carbon loans become less attractive to the lenders, making them more expensive to the borrowers and dramatically increase the finance available to support purchases of greener transport options. One of the other many current hidden subsidies to commercial banks in the United Kingdom, for example, is the public guarantee of individual depositors. The state deposit guarantee scheme means that the first £85,000 for every saver is insured by the government. If the bank goes bust, you still get your money back. It's a huge public underpinning of private banking. Now, in return, as a quid pro quo for this, a government that is serious about its climate policy could determine that those deposits, cheap money for the banks, could only be used for investing in the public good and prevent them going towards high carbon activities. So a new approach is needed for both private and public rates of interest. Central banks and supervisory monetary authorities have as their core mandate the maintenance of financial and monetary stability, acting to prevent the allocation of vast financial resources into climate breakdown with its catastrophic implications for humanity and the wider economy is therefore directly aligned with their fundamental purpose. When recently the United Kingdom Treasury published the Economics of Biodiversity, the Dasgupta Review, it was applauded in some circles as official recognition of the need for economics to more fully account for its reliance on nature. It was also condemned by others for seeming to promote the potentially destructive financialization of ecosystems. Now, both of these points, ironically, can be true. But one point it concedes very clearly is that large parts of nature need removing from the price-based market system altogether. It quotes, "In light of the non-linearity of ecosystems, quantity restrictions are a more effective policy approach than pricing mechanisms. And quantity restrictions mean setting aside large parts of the biosphere from exploitation and hard limits on extracting from nature and pouring waste into it. Figures of between 30% and 40% of land and sea areas needing protection are mentioned." So at least Three decisive shifts are needed in the financial system. One is a cultural shift within banking. This has been much discussed, perhaps partly because it is attractively easy to create an impression of taking action by doing so, but it is also vague and its material impact hard to measure. Second is the overdue needed shift in policy and regulation to immediately make bad things harder and more expensive to do, and good things easier. Now, the final shift acknowledges the limitations of those other two. There is a need for a fresh new set of financial institutions and mechanisms ranging from regional banks to mutual financial institutions and national green investment banks, whose primary purpose is to enable an economically beneficial and socially equitable low carbon transition. The creation of green investment banks will be a key part of the new financial architecture needed. The United Kingdom experienced a false start after the disappointment of its original green investment bank sold to the Australian bank Macquarie, ironically a major financier of coal and fracking projects. Now, following calls for a replacement in late 2020, our Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, confirmed plans for a new infrastructure bank. And in June this year, the UK Infrastructure Bank was launched with an initial 12 billion of capital and permission to issue 10 billion of government guarantees. Campaigners lobbied for it to be given a solid mandate to invest in a low carbon, rapid and socially just transition, and its declared mandate is to help tackle climate change and support regional and local economic development, or in other words, leveling down carbon emissions whilst leveling up poorer regions. The OECD has looked at the range of national and sub-national green investment banks created to leverage green and climate finance. And there is now a global network for different green investment banks to learn from each other. In mid-2020, there were already 27 known green banks in existence, with 25 additional jurisdictions exploring the creation of one. But the potential for a much bigger shift as the world works to recover from the coronavirus pandemic is that much bigger. Of the huge sums allocated by the OECD and other countries, $336 billion worth has environmentally aligned measures, but this is less than 1/5 of the total allocations. Now, other regions, such as Latin America, have spent radically less in a way that is aligned to environmental objectives, only allocating 2.2% in that way. Now, as well as setting and resourcing national objectives for fair, low carbon transition at the national level, where examples range from new separate institutions like Mongolia's Green Finance Corporation to new add-on facilities like the Development Bank of Southern Africa's Climate Finance Facility, green banks can optimize action at the city and regional level. They can be the vanguard of financial system change and provide purpose-built institutions or facilities that are tailor-made to meet local financial, political and institutional contexts and needs, and very specific challenges. Now, there are, of course, many other innovations happening right now that don't require whole new banking infrastructures, but can work with and complement them. In the United Kingdom, there is experimentation happening with community municipal investments, or CMIs. These allow individuals to invest directly in their local authority for specific purposes. The attraction for individual investors is that any risk relating to the investment is not linked directly to the project, but rests with the stability of the overall council. They carry the project risk. In the UK, there is legislation that requires councils to remain financially viable, giving a broader guarantee. And council borrowing is very tightly regulated, perhaps even too much so sometimes. So there are lower returns, but investments are relatively safe, such as with other government-backed investments. Now, recent examples include West Berkshire's District Council's CMI, used to build new local solar power, with about 1/5 of money coming from local people. Another CMI allowed Warrington Borough Council to fund a new hybrid solar storage farm. The solar farm is expected to generate not only clean energy, but over £100 million of operating surplus over 30 years, helping to fund other core local services. Now, since these two pioneering examples, another 5 councils from England and Wales, Blaenau, Gwent, Cotswold, Eastbourne, Islington and Lewis councils have committed to a bond or similar municipal climate investment. Other recent changes in the tax-free ISA savings sector should enable councils to tap into the £650 billion ISA market. There's also rising interest in so-called place-based finance. A finance platform was set up in 2019 by the Place-Based Climate Action Network, which explicitly is directed by open citizen engagement through climate commissions, which are based on sortition, a process like jury selection to ensure broad representation of the community in decision-making. The finance platform aims to build a community of practice which helps to connect the supply and demand for finance at the local and regional levels. It has done so by working with climate commissions in major UK cities, in the major UK cities of Belfast, Edinburgh and Leeds. And it operates on 3 levels: mobilizing finance within place, that's identify the scale and potential sources of finance; mobilizing finance into place, that's working with the financial sector institutions and policymakers to improve inward flows of capital; and mobilizing finance from place, that's working with the financial community within the cities. The Leeds Climate Commission and Leeds City Council raised funds to develop a Leeds low carbon investment prospectus to attract investment for transition in commercial and public buildings. In the southwest of England, a new regional mutual bank, the Southwest Mutual, aims to exemplify the kind of new dedicated financial institution to exemplify and help mediate this approach of place-based green investment. Belfast demonstrated how local anchor institutions like building societies, credit unions and pension funds provide a potential financial ecosystem. The Northern Ireland Local Government Officers Superannuation Committee has a climate policy and manages 8 billion of assets. The region has also estimated household savings of about 11 billion. Now, the local government pension scheme has a potentially huge role to play as well. With £326 billion, it is the UK's largest public sector pension scheme. Its funds are locally managed by 98 sub-regional administering authorities. At the moment, its contribution to high priority areas for transition is tiny, with just 300 million earmarked for so-called place-based impact investments. But interest is growing in places like Greater Manchester, Strathclyde in Scotland, and West Yorkshire. The Nottinghamshire Pension Fund provided long-term finance to Nottingham Community Energy to build a solar farm for the benefit of the community. Now, not only does this provide jobs and clean energy, but also generates a regular income to community funds which support a range of local projects. So these are some of the new and specific ways to boost green and climate finance at the city level. But it's important to remember also that big picture, which reminds us that there is no excuse for finance not to be available to do what is needed. As we have addressed in our Green New Deal group, which first formed in 2007, looking at the UK as an example, there are basically 2 ways of financing investment in a Green New Deal: by accessing new credit and by drawing on existing savings. Credit is available from the traditional banking system. Commercial banks can provide credit to the government, as they did at scale during the Second World War, for example, receiving valuable treasury deposit receipts or TDRs in exchange. The Bank of England provides credit to the government by influencing and managing first the bond market and second the rate of interest. It does this by purchasing government bonds at low rates of interest, helping the government finance its spending at low cost. As such, the government is able to draw on its version of credit financing for the purchasing power it needs. Subsequent government spending has a multiplier effect, generating tax revenue. Government can also draw on existing savings held by individuals, banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and other savings institutions. UK savers put about £70 billion a year into accounts that have tax incentives. These are what we call ISAs. 100 billion a year goes into various pension funds that also benefit from tax relief. Now, it's attractive to the managers of all these savings to deposit them with the government because it is a safe and flexible place to invest. Hence, in the UK, a Green New Deal costing around 100 billion a year could be financed by a government with a mix of credit and savings. Additionally, on the Bank of England's website, the large-scale public creation of money, so-called quantitative easing or QE, has gone from being once a seemingly exotic financial tool to one so standard that it now sits as one of the two default tools of monetary policy alongside the interest rate. The so-called magic money tree, whose existence some people have doubted, has set down deep roots. Since the financial crisis in 2008, the UK alone has created £895 billion worth of quantitative easing. The vast majority, £875 billion, created to buy UK government bonds. Now, while much of this has been poorly managed and poorly directed, both the former governor of the bank, Mark Carney, and former chancellor, George Osborne, conceded that there is no reason in principle why QE could not be directed, such as being used as a form of green or climate finance. So now, I've talked about some of the shifts in mindset, power, and institutional architecture needed, and I've given a flavor of the many innovations going on in green and climate finance. But I want to finish with a couple of examples of what cities can do right now to signal a change in culture. First of all, cities can signal a decisive break with the polluting past by endorsing the newly proposed Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Jeonju, for example, could join the many other cities and sub-national governments who already have, including those ranging from the city of Los Angeles to Barcelona, Sydney, Toronto, Vancouver, and the Australian Capital Territory. The treaty seeks to draw a line under our fossil fuel past and commits to locking in no new dependence on coal, oil, and gas. This is tackling the systemic supply side problem of fossil fuels. But secondly, we need to stop the culture of demand that encourages lifestyles based on overconsumption. Now, for this reason, Jeonju could emulate the pioneering spirit of local councils and cities like Norwich, Liverpool, and North Somerset in the UK, and Amsterdam in the Netherlands, who are taking measures to end high carbon advertising for things like fossil fuels, aviation, and petrol engined cars. Internationally, there is a clear precedent in what was done to end tobacco advertising. Now, we're familiar with air, water, and noise pollution, but the adverts which promote high carbon products, lifestyles, and services have become a kind of brain pollution that in the public domain we are exposed to without our consent. There is now a European-wide campaign to introduce a new regulation to end this kind of advertising and to help clear the air and clear our minds in cities. Now, I am very aware that Korea's own Green New Deal is already greatly more advanced than measures in my own country, the UK. But I hope that at least some of the things that I have said here will have been of interest and maybe of some use to help put out that fossil fuel fire in the basement as we go on to install solar panels on our roofs. Thank you very much for listening. and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Professor Andrew Sims talked about how we can respond to the climate crisis with the green finance. So we have to change not only in the financially, but also the environmentally and the socially. So the green finance and the golden interest and the environmental interest and investment recovery, most important thing was the green finance and network with the related agencies. So the various investors should go and come and go through this network so that we can have the active investment in the eco-friendly aspect. It was a very progressive comment. Maybe not only Jeonju City, but the regional organization maybe appreciate your presentations. So you gave the great diverse examples and the cases, so it was very helpful. Secondly, we will have Jong-ho Lee, the Secretary General of the Korea Sustainability Investing Forum. He will make a presentation under the topic of how to revitalize a green climate finance in Jeonju City. Hello, everyone. I am Jong-ho Lee from the COSIF. Thank you for inviting me to this 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. So I said here like how to revitalize green climate finance in Jeonju City. But it is not easy to find out this kind of a green climate finance in the local government. However, we want to seek for the way together. Now, the world is facing poverty and climate crisis, and the infectious disease and the fourth industrial revolution. So in this situation, the world is trying to have a transition economically and socially. So this kind of paradigm shift can be summarized into 3 categories. The first is the change from the exclusive growth to the inclusive growth, and the change from the capitalism between the stock and also the stock investor, and to the capitalism with the interested parties, and then the transition from the high carbon to the low carbon and carbon neutrality. The climate crisis is a very serious problem which requires the global reactions. According to the climatology, to limit the temperature increase by the 2 Celsius degree, we have to decrease 45% of the carbon, and by 2050, we have to achieve the net zero. So this is the daunting order from the climatologists. So for the carbon neutrality, all the players trying to make an actions, especially under the leadership of the UN, we have the campaign called the Race to Zero. So 134 countries and more than 600 academic agencies and the investors are joining in this race. Putting aside of this race, and also the more than 100 countries announced the carbon neutrality. And in Korea, also the 234 the local governments announced the carbon neutrality. And this financial organization is moving toward this. Asset managers or the insurance companies and the banks are trying to make a net zero bank alliance. And the main cause of the climate change is the fossil fuels and the coals. So for the phase out of the coals, which is the mandatory step for the carbon neutrality, the Powering Post-Coal Alliance consists of 41 countries around the world and with the 55 financial agencies. In Korea, also Seoul, Gyeonggi Province, Incheon City, Chungnam Province, Daegu City are participating in these alliance. And there is also a movement called the Fossil Free. This is the agency who declare the coal-free investments. Consisting of 1,339 financial agencies with the $14.68 trillion. And in Korea, also we have 100 agencies who joined this fossil free. And we also have the PRI, the CDP, the responsible investment, which is called the investor agenda. So in the investment and involvement in the companies and the information disclosures, they try to reveal the information about the ESG. And in this March, our organization had the public announcement for the climate finance support, and the 112 financial agencies joined this declaration. And through the CDP, they said that they will ask for the information disclosures. I talked about TCF, but Green Swan is avoidable through this TCFD and the NGFS. TCFD is the climate-related financial disclosures. It's a task force, and around the world, 88 countries are joining this TCFD. Before the P4G summit, Korea also, the Korea Financial Service Supervisor Service and the Public Finance Organization also declare that they are supporting this TCFD. And the FSC and the FSS and Korean Bank of Korea also joined the NGFS. The company tried to use the their energy 100% with the renewable energy. So many companies like SK Group and the KB Finance and the Mira Assets and the Hyundai Motor Company tried to join this kind of initiatives to respond to the climate change. So we have the confusion about the green finance and the climate finance. So let me talk about the green finance first. So UNEPFI, according to UNEPFI, in order to have the voluntary review and the monitoring system to see the energy efficiency and the improvement of the environment. So that's the green finance is the financial support for those things. So on the right part, you can see this graph, and you can see the adaptation and migration, and the others. So the adaptation for the adaptation, to the climate change, the people use the climate finance. So all the financial activities for this kind of a response to the climate change is called the climate finance. So in order to see the global trend about this, I put the words in the Google Trends, and then until the September of 2021, I checked the Google Trends. So from 3 years ago, the interest was very high about the green finance and climate finance and sustainable finance. And in the order of the green and climate and sustainable, the attention was paid. And there are the great amount of the ESG investment. Finance is the core factor of the social transition. So without the capitals, I think there's no social transition. So with the ESG, the global investment is going into the ESG. So when we see this kind of trend, you can see the social transition. According to the Global Sustainable Investment survey, the more than the 35.3 trillion won goes into the sustainable investment. And the bonds was also issued amounting to the 732 billion dollars. So after public offering and the bonds amount of bonds is increasing dramatically. So this is the policy plan for the Korean government for the green finance. The Financial Supervisor Committee announced the plan for the carbon neutrality with all the detailed actions. So if we look at the financial part, they will provide the policy finance and attract the private capital. So that is the part of the finance policy for the carbon neutrality. And to do so, they need the green finance, and then they will strengthen the role of the public part, and then revitalize the private finance, and then they will streamline the infrastructure for the green finance. So the government will reflect the green finance in the selection, the indicators to select the financial management. And this will be announced by the Ministry of Environment this year. So about the green finance, we needed the categories. So there was the greenwashing because they did not have the certain specific criteria to decide whether this is a green finance or not. So in the previous government, they tried to inject a huge amount of money to make a green climate. However, it went into the big failure because the private sector didn't join this kind of movement. In the end, the actual capital didn't move to the green finance, leading to the failure of the green growth policy. And currently, the financial companies try to set up the climate risk management and the supervision. For the infrastructure of the green climate, the government will mandate the companies to open their information about the environmental aspect. And they will revise the stewardship code, and also set up the environmental standard review system. This is the Jeonju city's the policy plan. There is four focusing area: transition to the eco city, and then advance to the four major new growth industry, and then also the complex for the bio industry innovation, and the future metropolitan city will be built around the Jeonju. So they also have the four projects for increasing the city's competitiveness. The city's goal for the carbon emission reduction is at 50% by 2035, and going for the carbon neutrality by 2050. And the amount of the reduction will be 5,389 tons CO2. And it has a three-stage with the 2021 to 2030 and up to 2040 and 2050. And it has the 9 strategies like the renewable energy, building green remodeling, smart industrial complex, and the garden city, waste reduction, and the green resource recycle, local food, and citizens' environment, or the carbon neutrality. And I can also see the ESG PPP project. And Jeonju City also announced that they will increase the purchase of the a green purchase. For the carbon neutrality, we need the financial resources. So I look at the financial status of the Jeonju City. The current budget for the Jeonju City is 2.1 trillion. And self-sufficient independence, financial independent rate is 26%, which is lower than the average. And looking at the industrial status of the Jeonju, most of the industry is the retail industry. And 60% of the total greenhouse gas emission is coming from the road and the traffic. So in order to reduce the greenhouse gases in Jeonju City, they have to make a focus on this area. This is the types of the green finance products and the services. This is commercial. There is a commercial product and the individual products, and for the commercial, the companies, the financial support goes to the green installation for the companies and or the green technology. And in the export and the import, they guarantee the financial delinquency. And also it includes energy efficiency of the companies and the competitiveness of the companies, the environmental competitiveness. And for the individual products, this product is to make an individual to go environmental, more environmental. Or this product promotes the consumption in the green products. Or sometimes the ratio of the product which is sold contributed to the green organization. Or the saving account, green saving account can be lended to the green companies or invested into the green companies. So we have various financial products for the green finance. So all the free tax-free green products or the saving account or deposits or the credit cards, fund, insurance, or the personal loans can be the products of the green finance. So these kind of products can be developed in a various way, but the important thing is that we have to think how many customers we can attract to these products. So this is a direction for the Jeonju city for the green finance. Jeonju city do not have enough fund for the green finance. However, the most important thing is that the local government should give the budget to the related sub-organizations, and the whole this process of the budgeting and planning should go green. So this can be a diagram for the greenization of the local budgets. The Jeonju city has a 9 strategy for the 2050 carbon neutrality, and that can go into this category. So they have to have the strengthened principle for the climate response and the green finance in the budgets. They have the budget for the greenhouse gas reduction awareness. Seoul City also adopted the budget system for the greenhouse gas. So in 2022, it was adopted gradually, and later it will be fully adopted. So from the stage of the budgeting, the greenhouse gas reduction should be considered, and that is this category means. So the high emitters should decrease their businesses, or they have to have a way to offsetting the carbon emissions. The Seoul city has the reduction and the emission and the mix and the neutral category, and they see the business in which business goes which category always. So maybe Jeonju city can follow the suit of the Seoul city by making it into the ordinance. Jeonju city has the 15 financial fund, including the energy or the fund for the SMEs. So maybe this kind of funding can be used, or maybe the funding for the climate change response can be made through the ordinance. Under the such categories, the carbon neutrality can be described. And I thought also the carbon neutrality funding can be made. In the Jeonju city, the budget was around 2.1 trillion won. And maybe there will be another contribution from other agency, then maybe it will be around 2.3 trillion. So the bank should be designated for the management of this money, and Jeonju City must have the criteria to select the financial organization to manage this fund. So some city adopted the carbon-free funding, and the IBK, except IBK, all banks announced the carbon-free. So there's no differentiation in this case. So maybe it should be upgraded into the carbon neutral funding reserves. Jeonbuk Bank is a #1 bank of the Jeonju city, but this vault can change into the carbon neutral vault. And the second organization is the NH. Maybe they can go this way too. And in the existing funding, climate-related information can be described, or support for the inclusivity can be included, because inclusivity can become the green financing too. And the sustainable public purchase procurement should be included too. After reviewing the ESG of the procurement providers, and the cooperation and the collaboration should be made for the financial businesses. And also the public participation can be a good idea in making the green financing. So if they can join from the stage of the budgeting, maybe they can add the climate finance or the green finance from the beginning. So this is a greenization of the Jeonju city's financing. And when Jeonju city attracts the investment from the other financial agencies, so there will be the political financing, policy financing. So maybe Jeonju city can make the cooperative body with this kind of financial policy, financial institution like a national pensions and other financial agencies, banks can make the green financing cooperative bodies so that they can issue the green bonds or the green guarantee or the low interest of the green finance. And EV 100 is an initiative to link the climate financing for the electric vehicle. Next speaker is the Tok Chan-yoon from the Sustainability Development Center. So maybe they are doing the credibility review for the green companies. So for the SMEs in the Jeonju city, their credibility can be rated with the standards of the green activities. So those information can be linked to the financial agencies so that they can lend the money for the low interest rate, or they can receive the secondary guarantee. Or the Ministry of Environment have the environmental system for the green loans. So they have some public organization and companies. So the companies in the Jeonju city can join this network with the Jeonju Bank or the NH Bank so that they can receive the loan with the low interest rate. I said that the carbon-free fund can change to the carbon neutrality funding. And I have the 4 indicators. First, the carbon neutrality should be announced officially, especially in their organization and in their financial portfolio. They have a scope 2, mostly, which is a use of the electricity. And most companies have a high carbon emission in the scope 3. So depending on the investment, they have indirect emissions of the carbon, and it is called the financial emission. So if they announce the carbon neutrality in their financial portfolio, they can be an indicator for the carbon neutrality fundings. And they need the action plan and the announcements, the public announcements about that. Another indicators can be the establishment of the exit plan about the existing coal investment. And the record of their commitment can be reviewed for that. Another indicators can be the participation in the international initiative of the climate finance or the green finance, and their performance can be reviewed. So their investment asset or the carbon neutrality in their financial portfolio should be announced publicly. In order to calculate the carbon neutrality in the portfolio, they have to disclose their information. So through the CDP, the information related to the carbon should be disclosed, and also the TCFD can be used. And then they need the methodology to calculate the financial emission, which is a PCAF. And they have to set the goal for the carbon reduction using the science-based scenarios, which is the SBTI. So they can join here to announce their carbon neutrality. They also have to join the Net Zero Banking Alliance to review their performance. And also they have to join the PPCA. And if they are joined into the coal-based investment, they don't receive the PPCA. They don't receive the application. So that can be another indicator whether their performance is good for the carbon neutrality. And there is another, the PRB principle. So they can also check whether they are doing their large-scale development business based on actuator principles. Jeonju Bank and the NH Bank can start from this kind of indicators. This green finance and the financial support can be made based on this kind of indicators, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for that great presentation on ways to facilitate green or climate financing in Jeonju. So he has specifically explained the necessary paradigm shift in the Korean society, especially in the private sector, to a carbon neutral society. And he has in detail shared with us activities regarding green financing and especially Jeonju's potential case, in 4 aspects. He also shared with us various assessment indexes. Thank you very much. Moving on, we will listen to Mr. Deok Chan-yoon, the head of the Sustainability Development Institute, regarding sustainability-linked finance. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Deok Chan-yoon, the head of the Institute for Sustainability Development. First of all, I would like to thank our speakers, Mr. Sims and Mr. Lee. Before I begin, I agree with what you have mentioned, and I would like to focus my discussion on what should be more emphasized. As was mentioned, finance has been changing, and we are observing redistribution of capital. The term sustainability-linked finance existed from the past. It was facilitating environmental protection, governance, and sustainability, but the trend has been changing a bit recently. Last year, OECD said that this is the new standard for the financial industry, and when EU came up with its action plan, it said sustainable financing is financing sustainable growth. So, sustainable finance that was mentioned in the previous two presentations is the financing that will take place in the process of making a transition into carbon neutrality. So, various experiments have been made in LMA and ICMA, various standards and principles of sustainable lending and bond was proposed. And today I would like to stress sustainability-linked finance that was introduced recently. In 2019, the LMA announced the sustainability-linked bond linked loan principle, and last year the sustainability linked bond principle. So combined, we call this sustainability linked finance. I think this is very important. Until now, various Korean financial institutions came up with ESG based lending products. There were 4 banks to do so. So when an SME asks for a lending, ESG assessment will take place and the companies will be graded. Companies with a high grade will get a better interest rate. But this is not that different from previous products. When you actually assess the ESG of SMEs, you can't really find model cases because ESG is even hard for conglomerates. For SMEs, this is very difficult. So assessment is quite meaningless. So the principle of sustainability of linked finance by LMA was updated this year. The key here is that there's now a KPI and the sustainability targets, SPTs. So when an SME asks for a lending, the bank will assess the company's ESG, but that does not lead to a preferred interest rate. Rather, the bank will look at the risks related to the company's business, and if the risk is not managed effectively regarding the issue related to the risk, for example, regarding climate, the bank will set a target. So if the maturity is 3 years, the bank will set an ambitious goal for the company. And if this goal is achieved, the interest rate will be cut. If not, the rate will be increased. So this is called a two-way pricing. The companies will be able to engage in business by getting a loan, and the banks will set a target, and overall the society may lead to a carbon neutral society. So this is about changing the business practice of the company. From the view of financial institutions, if the target is met, interest rate income is lowered, so it could be regarded as a loss. But as Mr. Sims has mentioned, we have environment interest. So for example, let's say in 3 years, the bank asks for the company to cut 100 tons of CO2. So then when it's attained, this will be the performance of the bank. So if the loan is 100 billion won, and if various targets are met, for example, cutting 100 tons of CO2, the financial institution has contributed to achieving the CIST's goal for carbon neutrality. So until now, finance was about asset managers having a clear investment philosophy and using shareholder activism to engage in ESG investment. And we now see a big boom in ESG investment. Listed companies are now trying to manage their ESG risk. But banks could not play sufficient role. But in 2019, the PRB was established belatedly. Bank's role was an intermediary of capital, but that role was not played appropriately until now. But going forward, when lending, although the borrower is not effective in managing ESG, this new principle of bank lending will encourage SMEs to move toward a more desirable way. The same goes for bonds. In the fourth quarter only, around the world, through sustainability-linked finance amounted to 97 trillion Korean won. So this is a clear boom, and you can see that banks are actively encouraging SMEs to transition into a low-carbon economy. So the bond is the same. Banks set a target for SMEs to attain. So the banks will buy the bonds. And if the target is not met, the interest rate will increase. So through the project of the issuer, there would be various targets, including climate-related targets. So from the perspective of green financing, this is a very important move. And this is gaining a lot of popularity because compared to green financing or green lending, which has a clear goal under an eco-friendly project. But in the case of sustainability-linked finance, the lending can be used for general business purposes. It can be used for various business activities in many different ways. That is a great benefit for the borrower, and financial institutions can use the loan to contribute to the society as a responsible member, and if there is high risk that companies won't survive under the carbon neutral society, so banks are now providing an opportunity for survival. So now SMEs with low ratings won't suffer from not being able to get a lending. They just need to commit to attaining a certain goal set by the bank. Recently, local governments have been taking interest in ESG, which was covered intensively by previous presentations. And I think there can be three different directions for ESG by the central or local government. So first of all, we need to reflect ESG to business assessment. Of course, public organizations should have a different view, but assessment could entail whether the company is moving toward SDGs or attaining the Paris Accord. And the second aspect is public procurement or sustainable procurement. When you designate a procurement company, supplier, if the supplier is engaged in business in polluting ways or illegal or unethical business, that supplier will be seen as an unsustainable supplier and will be screened negatively. And thirdly, the third aspect is support policy for SMEs. The central and local governments are providing various support for SMEs, but we just need to tweak them a little. When setting a company eligible for support, even the company is not fully eligible, the government could set a target, especially related to climate risk. For businesses exposed to larger level of climate risk, the government can set a goal for them and provide policy funds. So I think these three aspects should be reflected by central local governments going forward in relation to ESG and to contribute to SDGs in the future and achieving the Paris Accord. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yoon talk about the sustainability related finance. So we didn't know exactly about the climate financing or the green financing or the carbon finance or the sustainable finance. But using this opportunity, maybe we can know the relationship between them. So based on the loans or the bonds, the sustainability related finance can be discussed more widely, I think. So we will have the panel discussions. Mr. Andrew Sims, are you there?
자, 오늘 발표를 해주신 네, 반갑습니다.
Nice to see
장시간
you.
기다려서
So
고맙고요.
thank you for waiting
일단,
for a long time.
두
So after the discussion, so based on the discussions, we will talk about how the Jeonju city can set up the green finance. Then we will invite the two panelists first. We have a Jeongyeon Lee from the Environmental Movement Alliance. And we have another panelist, Eun-young Lo, from the Jeonju city. Nice to see you. Then the first, the Jeongyeon Lee from the Environmental Movement Alliance will make a comments about the panel presentations. Thank you for your presentations. All three presentations were very relevant, and we do not know about those very well. So we are joining the various activities for the climate crisis, and we are receiving the education and training. But the finance is always difficult. But you gave the explanation, so it was very helpful. And the history and the experience and the political system is very different in the UK and in Korea, but thank you for your explanation. So the interest is like kind of the interest game, but you said it is the expansion of the climate finance in the current the policy finance, and the safety of the investment should be raised. So in Korea, we also is collecting the fund using the citizen the sunlight generation plant, and we are making promise for our citizens. But if we do not keep this, our trust can go down. But if the local government or the Jeonju city can secure or the guarantee, maybe we can have a more facilitated the green finance. So maybe we can share this idea with our citizens. I am the social activist, so the institutional finance can be made by the government. However, so I'm wondering how Jeonju will install this kind of business specifically. But that was explained by the Jong-ho Lee from the COSIF. And in the Jeonju city, we have the retail banks. But if they can announce the carbon neutral, and if they are receiving the strict application of the standard or the indicators, maybe it will be very helpful. And also, the Mr. Yoon talked about the assessment indicators for the public procurement companies, and also the support for the SMEs should be based on these indicators, according to him. So the SMEs or the small companies can be more competitive if they have this kind of goals. However, they don't have the goals so far. So maybe if we give the goals for those SMEs, it will be very helpful. Let me give you some comments and then may ask a question to the presenters. So Korea also announced the 40% by the 2030, but people say that the goal objective is way too low. So the Professor Andrew seems that the Korean Green New Deal policy is going ahead. However, the emissions and electricity usage is going up continuously in Korea. So in order to go to the society of the carbon neutrality, we have to have a Green New Deals. However, the technology or the market capitalisms are the base of the Green New Deal. So the large scale energy transitions, the green in this process, Green New Deal is very important. Looking at the 2050 carbon neutrality scenarios, the climate finance is only for the support for the certain industry. So the capital should move to have the carbon neutrality society according to the presenter, but the government did not show the full scope of the actions. I think it is just the superficial announcement, we feel. So there are the 12 action items from the Jeonju city. However, I'm wondering they need the more specific strategies or action items to go forward. The Green New Deal need the speedy installation for the industrial the restructuring or the Alivag or the new job creations. However, they are focusing on the competitive, secure the competitiveness, industrial competitiveness. So the financial finance, the institutional finance or the large companies are moving faster. However, in the local regions or the local governments, they have the low budget about it, and they don't have enough capital. So we have to have the voluntary development strategy based on the circulative resources in the regions. So we have such kind of experience in the society and the economy. So we need the collaboration or cooperation. The public support and the collaboration required more for the climate change. So the related to the social economy, I want to talk about more about the climate finance we can do in the regions. And I also talked about the speed. And we have the regenerative renewable energy complex to generate the 5 giga electricity around our area. So the capital will be injected to this complex, electricity generation complex, and it is highly needed. However, this money will move following the profit. So if the 7% of the profit is not guaranteed, this capital will flow out to other regions. So what kind of the safety net can be made to secure this capital continuously? And also in the institution, in the Lee administration, had the products of the financial products called the green climate finance. However, maybe Jeonju City can use the piggy card, which is a prepaid card. And it was very helpful for the local region. So this the local currency or the alternative currency can be another option to link them into the green climate. I also have my own piggy card. So 24% of the Jeonju citizens are using this piggy card in the regions for their like mileage accumulations. So and the regional banks are supporting these debit cards. So maybe we can come up with this kind of local debit cards or the prepaid cards related to that. So our local region can be the huge investment attraction due to the electricity generation industrial complex. So maybe we can have the financial funding, and the profits should be shared with the citizens in the vicinity. So by securing this fund, so that the SMEs in the region can secure the competitiveness using the various improvements in the later, we need to secure this fund continuously. And greenhouse gas emission is coming a lot from the agriculture and the livestock industry. So in order to induce the reduction of the GHG in this area, we have to have an organic livestock industry. Currently, there is the order for the green basic income. So these the subsidies for the climate-related farmers can be the local fund to support those kind of people. And there are also the youth activists who are working for the zero waste or the vegans. So we need the funding for this movement of the youth adolescents. And the Jeonju City is doing the interest preservation business for the PV plant. So they are providing the 2% support for the interest rate. So they have the budget for that. And this is very meaningful. So I think we can discover such kind of businesses. Jeonju City has the Jeonbuk Bank. And the Jeonbuk Bank is the number one the financial agencies, and the NH is the coal fundings. So in order to have the collaborative networks, I think we need to have a more funding reserve. And then this should be linked to the climate finance. So I have a question to the presenters. So in the local area, so the carbon welfare for the low-income citizens or the climate finance products or the funding can you give us a specific product so that we can use that in our activities? So based on the virtual circle, we want to make the social contribution through this. So if you have the best practice or example, please let us know.
Thank you for the great comment. We are currently working to achieve the 2050 carbon neutrality vision. And there are criticism that we are subsidizing the industry too much. And you also mentioned Jeonju's example. Ms. No, anything to add? Hello, I'm the Director for Future Strategy and Innovation of Jeonju City Government, Eun. I am in charge of ESG in Jeonju, which is very important in implementing the green finance policy. We are in our initial stage, but let me explain briefly about our ESG project. Under COVID-19, the interest on climate crisis and environment has risen, and we need to embrace the citizens, companies, and administration at the same time. So in our decision-making process, we reflected ESG and carbon neutrality. We are working to find ways to spread this and also to utilize green financing or existing funds in an eco-friendly way. So first, we decided to adopt ESG and carbon neutrality in public decision-making. Especially in Jeonju, we have experts from various areas and citizens interested in climate change. So their voices will be very helpful for Jeonju to adopt ESG and carbon neutrality from the public sector to the private sector. As a specific action, we established the comprehensive plan on climate change response to achieve carbon neutral city by 2050. We announced the plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and cutting greenhouse gases by 50% by 2035. For systematic implementation, we are currently reviewing the plan to respond to climate change. We are listening to the opinions of experts and general citizens. We are going to build a 2050 carbon neutrality private-public governance to collect various opinions. And in Jeonju, we are currently operating the cooperation group for ESG between the public and private. Of course, public sector must make an effort, but we need to encourage the participation of the private sector. So with universities, civic groups, companies, economic groups, and administration, we are currently operating the cooperative body for ESG. Monthly, we hold meetings to provide policy advice and identify cooperative projects related to ESG. And we are planning to expand our network in the future. We also held the policy forum on ESG, private and public cooperation. In May, we carried out the forum under the theme finding policies to facilitate private-public cooperation from ESG point of view for public interest. And the second forum was held last October 1st. 100 people joined online and offline, and we listened to expert presentations and carried out meaningful discussions. We are going to continue holding this forum so that we can adopt ESG in the public, private sectors, and citizens' daily lives. And secondly, we are planning to spread ESG business management. ESG aims for a sustainable society. May sound obvious, but sustainable society can be made by the participation of the public, government, and universities and companies. So although ESG has started in Jeonju from the private sector, we need the participation of the local community. So we can see the adoption of ESG by local companies, universities, and government agencies. Starting with public corporations and publicly funded agencies, we are planning to adopt ESG for business management. And we are also going to propose an assessment model for Jeonju that is suitable for Jeonju. We are first going to have a hearing on the need for ESG and carry out a voting process to come up with a model. And in October, with 6 universities in Jeonju, we signed a cooperation agreement to expand the ESG ecosystem and facilitate ESG business management. We are going to identify cooperative areas and promote projects and also establish a working level consultative body for networking. And we're also pursuing the campaign to use tumblers in 20-ish coffee shops around the city hall where public servants frequent. So it is to encourage the use of tumblers rather than disposable coffee cups, and you can leave your tumblers that are washed in the coffee shops to take them out after buying coffee, and this will also lead to job creation. We're also planning to utilize existing funds in eco-friendly ways. And we're also expanding the use of green products in public procurement. But this could lead to increased burden in local small companies and reverse discrimination. So we are looking for alternatives. And we are going to adopt the desirable consumption assessment system for subsidy programs to encourage or incentivize the participation in ESG by SMEs. Desirable consumption means considering the value of ESG when buying products or services. So we believe that this program will incentivize various stakeholders to join. So as mentioned, Jeonju aims to become a leading city in ESG by building ESG platform based on private-public cooperation. Rather than the city proposing and leading the way, we are going to create a venue to be able to expand ESG within the city and to reflect public or general opinions to be reflected in our policy. And I hope this event could be an important opportunity to share meaningful opinions to facilitate Jeonju's efforts. So 10 steps by one person is smaller than 1 step by 10 people. With this, I would like to conclude my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. She talked about the ESG's direction in the Jeonju city and the policies of Jeonju city. Okay, so the Professor Andrew Simpson, did you enjoy the panelists' discussion?
여보세요.
안녕하세요.
네,
Yes, I did.
네.
Very much indeed.
지금
First of all, I think I want to congratulate Jeonju City on holding the international conference on the economics of happiness. And I think it raises an interesting question for all of us. We've heard a huge amount of detail about the situation regarding green and climate finance. And I almost want to say, listening to the level of understanding, the sophistication of our analysis of the problem, the availability of capital, the institutional framework which is needed to deliver it, that now green and climate finance is not the problem. And perhaps the question that this whole conference is addressing is the larger question, and that is one of economic purpose. because while we see the increase in the availability and the delivery of green and climate finance, notwithstanding the problems, some of the practical delivery problems it faces, the larger problem, of course, is that if you can think about finance like as being the wind that blows the ship of the economy, and we want a good wind, we want a green financial wind in this circumstance. But the problem is that we have a ship, an economy, which is still built upon debt-fueled overconsumption. And in my household, I have both my family members, I should add, are learning Korean at the moment. We have a great interest in the country of South Korea, and we see a lot of images of the sort of lifestyles of driving large sports utility vehicles, and we see an awful lot about food. And I suppose there is a question about the economic model that we have to address, the ship of the economy, the purpose of the economy, because we're talking about happiness here, and we know that beyond a certain level of consumption, in consuming more does not deliver greater life satisfaction, greater levels of well-being. So we need to free up other parts of our lifestyles, of our economies, in order that we can pursue economic activities that are not premised upon overconsumption to meet the climate goals. So in this case, we were asked by one of our panelist members for specific innovations, interventions, things that can be done at the local level. Now, of course, we need the maturing of those green financial institutions. But I wonder whether some of the other bigger questions in terms of the context of an economics of happiness that we need to look at is whether we can put the question of consumption in the center of this debate and ask questions about how perhaps we need to work less and live more, consume less and live more, and look at those larger questions of economic shifts away from the consumption economy to the an economy of experience, if you like, an economy of better and not bigger. So the social consensus for change, I think, what happens in finance happens in the context of the wider social norm. The idea about what is the vision that we carry around in our head about what a successful economy and a successful lifestyle looks like. So if we are to achieve the changes that we're talking about here at the speed and scale that some of our panelists have talked about, then I think we're going to need something which is much more than merely increasing the availability and the technical sophistication with which we make green and climate finance available. We're going to need to have a genuine economics of happiness, which is not about debt-fueled overconsumption. I talked in my own talk about the twin challenges of both increasing the funding availability for the good things that we need to do, which might also include finding ways in which we can underpin new lifestyles, which are less based upon consumption, which have more time available, with things like a universal basic income, with things like universal basic services, which themselves can be linked to meeting those climate and carbon targets. And we need to find those ways to turn off the tap of finance going to the old economy, the high energy economy. But we need to have a different aspirational role model. We need to imagine lifestyles that are not so high consumption, so energy intense, if you like. And that involves going back to the fundamental question that our overall conference is addressing, is what is the economics of happiness? So twin challenges there. And I realize these are huge questions and huge topics, but I think we need a bigger cultural conversation about what a successful economy looks like in order to achieve those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So the new economic model was talked about. So the not a consumption economy, but an experience economy is needed, according to the professor. We have just 6 minutes, so shall we listen to the question or the comments from the panelists? Questions to whom? Or you can answer to the questions, or you can make a comment freely. So it is a very difficult question. Specifically, I don't have the correct answers, but when the Mr. Yoon talked about the things, I think there was a specific idea. For example, the Goldman Sachs in 2012 made a social impact fund of the $230 million, and the objectives of this social fund was the first, the bonds, social responsibility bonds, in order to reduce the repetitiveness of the criminal rates of the prisoners in the correction facilities. So Goldman Sachs provide the corrective facility program operation cost of the New York City, and then if the rate is going down, they receive the principals and the interest rate together in return. So if the Rockefeller quote goes down, they receive only a part of the investment money. So this is the social related bonds. So if we use this kind of measures, maybe the local government and the local financial banks can have this kind of program with the help of the civic groups and the social enterprise which pursue the impact. So maybe if they can achieve a certain achievement or social achievement or the environmental achievements, maybe this kind of program can work too, and it can be work as the climate finance, I think. And I think the reinvestment law should be made for the local, the regions. We have the retail stores and the department stores, so they earn the profit in the local region, but they don't reinvest into the region. The money goes up to the central governments, so or the big companies. So if they earn the profit in the local area, they have to reinvest the money into the local area. And they can also allocate it into the climate funding, I think. Thank you for your comments. How about Mr. Yoon?
Maybe just 1 minute. So I have a question. So in fact, EU came up with a sustainable finance regulation, moving away from mainstream capitalism toward stakeholder-based capitalism. I think that is very important in the transition toward carbon neutrality. And in Korea, the financial authority are dubious whether this mechanism will function well. So my question to you, Mr. Sims, is that whether in the UK or EU, you are carrying out these advanced activities. And for this sustainable finance to work well, what is the most important factor? Mr. Sims,
간단하게
could you give us a
응답을
brief
해주시면
response
고맙겠습니다.
to this question?
That is an excellent question, because behind all of this, I think finance dances to the tune of the ownership model of the economy. And there are great differences across Europe and in the UK. In the UK, we have a particular form of company law, which means that maximizing returns to the financial interest, the single bottom line financial interest, is a legal obligation. And I think if we are to achieve the kind of objectives that are being discussed here, the broader stakeholder model that embeds environmental and social responsibility into your financial obligations and how you run your business, I think it is a fundamental shift. I think we're a very long way off that now. In some parts of Europe, and even in some parts of the financial system in Europe, in places like Germany and Switzerland and Austria, there are financial models in which the more mutual approach, the stakeholder approach, which embeds environmental and social responsibility as part of your core function, are in law. In the UK, we have a much more single bottom line financial system and a highly centralized financial system. And a very good friend of mine is in the process of trying to establish a regional mutual green financial institution that I mentioned in my talk called the Southwest Mutual, and they are encountering a lot of regulatory problems. So I would say that there is a very mixed picture across the EU and in the UK, but that embedding in law putting finance onto, at the very least, just an equal footing to our ecological and social obligations is a fundamental part of the way forward.
네, 고맙습니다. 어쨌든
Thank you very
EU에서는
much. So in the EU, the company's responsibility is regulated in the law, and they are open to the various activities according to the Professor Sims. So for a long time, thank you for your participations. We talked about how to revitalize the green finance in the Jeonju city with the three presenters and two panelists. Maybe it was the great opportunity to devise the new policies for the future green finance. Thank you very much. Later, from 4:10. So after the 10-minute break, we will start the session 3 from 4:10 about the job policy for the climate crisis. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session 3 of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. I am the moderator of Moon Kyung-ho from the Jeonju University. I am a planner of this conference. Today's conference is co-hosted with the Local Futures and the Association of Korean Local Government for the Social Economy and the Solidarity and the Local Government Association for the GNH. Jeonju City tried to the happiness of the citizens with the other organizations. In the second keynote speech, we talked about the satisfactory level of the Jeonju city and the satisfaction about the local economy and the job was very low. So in the future, in the climate crisis, the industrial structure will be adjusted and the anxiety will be added to the job security. So in this session, we will talk about the policies for the jobs in the face of the climate crisis. We will see the global trend and the policies of the government, and we will see whether the sustainable development and the carbon neutrality go together through the local-based the climate policy. I hope that our discussion can be reflected into the policy, and we also invited the Jeonju City Council. So first presenter. So sorry, the audience is all the official workers and the city council members of the city council, experts, and the citizens of Jeonju city. So we also have an important the policymaker of the Jeonju policy, and also we have the stakeholders of these co-hosted agencies. Due to the COVID pandemic, we are online streaming for this event. More than 3,000 audiences connected to this YouTube channels. So for 2 hours, we will have the session 3, and we will give the 30 minutes to the foreign presenter and the 15 minutes to domestic presenter. And for 25 minutes, all the presenter and the panelists will have a free discussion. So all the presenters will also join the panel discussion, just like the talk show. So the 5 presenters will be the Jason Hickel, the senior research from the London School of the Economics and the Political Science, and we have Ogi Chul from the Green Asia, and the Eugene Lee from the Green Transition Research Institute, and the Nani Seo from the Jeonju City Council, and then the Kyushik Bae from the Jeonju City. So, under the topic of the job policy for the climate crisis, I will invite the first presenter, and the topic is a transition to the post-growth era. So the professor, the Jason Hickel, who is a senior researcher from the London School of the Economics of the Political Science, and he is also working for the Barcelona, the university, the Environmental Science Research Institute. He is working for the inequality and the ecological transitions, and is also work for the UN and also the UN Green New Deals. And he has a book called Less is More. So this is also translated into Korean recently in Korea. So through the columns and the articles, he is famous in Korea. Then I will hand over the microphone the Professor Jason Hickel.
Okay, hello everyone. Let me open by first thanking the organizers for inviting me to join you today. I hope that this intervention will provoke an interesting and useful debate. So I want to use my time with you to put forward what I think is a crucial but also challenging idea. I'm going to argue that we must fundamentally transform the nature of the economy and fundamentally rethink the notion of work if we want to have any hope of reversing the ecological crisis. Indeed, this is key to the possibility of creating a just and ecological society. So first, let me briefly describe the stakes of this question. As you already know, we are presently facing a crisis of ecological breakdown. Global heating has now hit about 1.1 degrees, and the consequences are already devastating. Extreme storms, deadly heat waves, wildfires, droughts, crop collapse, and human displacement. And this is just the beginning. On our present trajectory, taking account of the existing policies promised by the world's governments, we are headed for 3 degrees of global warming in the coming decades, probably during my lifetime. What does 3 degrees look like? At this level of heating, scientists tell us that 1.5 billion people will be displaced. 30 to 50% of species on this planet will be wiped out. And the yields of staple crops will decline by around 30% on average, triggering what the United Nations refers to as multi-breadbasket failures and sustained food supply disruptions globally. Significant chunks of the tropics will become virtually uninhabitable for humans. Such a future is not compatible with organized human civilization as we know it. We must take dramatic action to preclude such a future. And crucially, climate change is not the only crisis we face. Human economic activity is also overshooting several other planetary boundaries, including in terms of habitat destruction and biodiversity collapse, which is being driven by excess resource use. In other words, all of the material stuff that we extract and produce and consume each year. The rate of extinction right now is already 100 to 1,000 times faster than prior to the Industrial Revolution. If we continue on this trajectory, more than 1 billion species are at risk of extinction in the coming decades. People have a tendency to think of ecological breakdown in terms of the language of the Anthropocene. And clearly this language is useful for certain purposes, to highlight the role of humans, but it's also incorrect. It's not actually humans as such that are causing this crisis. Rather, it is a global economic system, capitalism, that is organized around and dependent on ever-increasing levels of commodity production and consumption, which we refer to as growth. Now, this might not be a problem if growth was just plucked out of thin air, but in reality, there's a strong relationship between economic growth and material and energy throughput. The more we grow, the more energy and resources that we use, and this is what is driving ecological breakdown. And crucially, this is only a problem when it comes to high-income countries. High-income countries, including Korea, have extremely high levels of resource use and energy use, vastly in excess of sustainable levels, and also in excess of what is required to meet human needs, even at a high standard. For instance, high-income economies use on average about 28 tons of material resources per capita per year. This is 4 times over the maximum sustainable level. In other words, if all nations consumed like high-income nations, we would need 4 planets to sustain us. Clearly, this is not a reasonable model for development. Meanwhile, poorer countries in the global south remain well within sustainable levels, and indeed in many cases, clearly need to increase their use of energy and resources in order to meet human needs at a good standard. So we must be clear on this fact. Rich countries are overwhelmingly responsible for causing this crisis. I want to illustrate this briefly with a couple of slides that I hope will be useful. Just give me a moment to share my screen. So if we want to stay under 1.5 degrees, this is the trajectory that we need to achieve. This comes from the IPCC report on 1.5 degrees. This is our historical emissions trajectory globally. And this is what's required in terms of emissions reductions in the coming decades to reach 0 emissions by 2050. Clearly, this requires a dramatic transformation of our existing direction as a civilization. It'd be difficult to overstate how radical this is. Crucially, this is the global average target. And for high-income nations, given their disproportionate historical contributions to the problem, they need to reach zero emissions much faster than lower income nations. So scientists indicate that high income nations on average need to reach zero by about 2030 in order to be consistent with the principle of common but differentiated responsibility in the Paris Agreement. Now, this is known as the planetary boundaries framework, and it illustrates how climate change is not the only source of ecological pressure that is driving the crisis that we face right now. There are several different planetary boundaries from not only climate change, but also biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater use, et cetera. And right now, the global economy is exerting pressures that exceed these planetary boundaries, in some cases by a wide margin. And that's true not just for climate change, but also for species extinction rates, which I mentioned earlier. Land system change, this is basically deforestation for industrial agriculture. And biogeochemical flows, which is primarily chemicals from industrial agriculture. Okay. Now, crucially, ecological overshoot is being driven in these respects by excess resource use. And we can see this when we look at global resource use plotted over time. This red line here is 50 billion tons. This is considered to be the maximum sustainable boundary. And globally, we overshot that in the late 1990s. And resource use has accelerated since then at a pace unprecedented in human history. Crucially, this increase in resource use is being driven by economic growth. And we can see that when we plot GDP alongside resource use. Okay, this shows that over the past 25 years, 30 years, there's been a very tight relationship between GDP and material use. There was some hope initially that as efficiency improvements happen, and there's a shift to services, there would be a decoupling of GDP from resource use, but in fact, the opposite has happened. Over the past, well, since the 21st century, there's been a recoupling or re-intensification of resource use in the economy. Okay, this relationship is very tight. Now, crucially, resource overshoot is due almost entirely, as I mentioned, to overconsumption in rich countries. And we can see that when we plot it like this. Down here, we have countries by income group: lower income, lower middle income, upper middle income, high income. This is the sustainable per capita boundary. We can see that low income countries and lower middle income countries use very low levels of resource use, whereas high income countries are vastly in excess of their fair share of the sustainable boundary. So if we all consumed like people in rich countries, then our planet would be effectively dead. Right. Let me return here to my remarks. So in Western Europe and in the rest of the OECD, including in Korea, the dominant response to this problem is to try to make growth green. So we can keep pressing on the accelerator of economic growth so long as we can manage to decouple GDP from resource use and emissions. To do this, we just need to roll out renewable energy capacity to reduce emissions and invest in technological innovation to improve resource efficiency. So this vision of green growth is sold as having the added benefits of creating thousands of new, quote, green jobs, right? Now, the promise of green growth has been around since the 1970s. It's not a new idea, and it's always claims for the past half century that salvation lies just around the corner. It was repackaged in 2012 by the World Bank and the OECD. In the European Union, this idea features centrally in the Green Deal framework. And in Britain, politicians have billed the idea as the Green Industrial Revolution. So it's a widespread idea these days. Now, it may sound wonderful, this notion that we can keep the status quo of capitalist growth more or less intact with a few tweaks around the edges. But this vision suffers from serious conceptual and empirical flaws that scientists have pointed to repeatedly. First, high-income nations cannot reduce their emissions fast enough to stay within the carbon budget for 1.5 or 2 degrees while pursuing growth at the same time. The reason is because growth is coupled to energy use. And the more energy we use, the more difficult it is to transition the energy system to renewables in the short time that we have left. In other words, growth makes it more challenging to achieve our climate goals. And indeed, this is why we are failing to make any significant progress. Climate scientists are clear that in the absence of speculative negative emissions technologies, meeting the Paris Agreement targets will require rich countries to actively reduce their energy demand by a significant margin. And this requires abandoning growth as an objective. Even if this was not a problem, we still have to face the question of resource use. There is zero evidence that growth can be absolutely decoupled from resource use, even under high efficiency conditions. The reason is because in a growth-oriented economy, efficiency improvements are leveraged to expand the process of production and consumption, which ends up wiping out most of the gains. There is a strong consensus on this in the scientific literature. So here again, if we want to reduce resource use in absolute terms, we must abandon growth as an objective. Finally, the notion that growth of any kind, green or otherwise, will solve the problem of unemployment and livelihoods simply does not hold up. Growth never solves unemployment. It doesn't matter how much you grow, the unemployment rate never goes to zero. Under capitalism, unemployment is constantly produced anew. And this is because of the productivity trap, right? Productivity is constantly increasing, which produces unemployment. And in order to solve unemployment, we believe we must grow the economy to create more jobs and absorb unemployed workers. But it is a temporary fix, and the problem is never ultimately solved. More productivity always produces more unemployment. The problems with the green growth narrative are exemplified in the case of Korea. In 2009, Korea adopted a green growth policy platform. And over the past decade, analysts have been watching carefully to see what the results look like. Unfortunately, the outcomes have not been good. Per capita resource use and emissions have both increased in consumption-based terms by roughly 30% over this time period, in the past decade roughly. In other words, Korea's green growth program has failed. Furthermore, all of this growth has not solved Korea's unemployment. Indeed, unemployment has been rising steadily since 2013. So let me sum up where we're at so far. Number one, meeting Paris targets and avoiding catastrophic ecological breakdown cannot be accomplished if high-income nations continue to pursue economic growth as usual. Number two, growth does not permanently reduce unemployment. Number three, green growth promises have no empirical grounding and have also failed to deliver reductions in ecological impacts and in unemployment. Korea is an example of this. In light of this evidence, ecological economists call for a fundamentally different approach. High-income countries need to abandon growth as an objective and shift to post-growth models. Post-growth policies are designed to keep economies stable and support strong social outcomes without growth. This would enable us to reduce excess energy and resource use and thus make it much easier to achieve rapid decarbonization, fast enough to stay under 1.5 degrees, while reversing ecological damage. The principle here is quite straightforward. Right now, we assume that all sectors of the economy need to grow all the time, regardless of whether or not we actually need them to. Clearly, in an era of ecological crisis, this is not a reasonable approach to managing the economy. Instead, we should decide what things we actually want to improve, right? Things like public transportation, renewable energy, etc. And what sectors are clearly destructive and should be scaled down. Things like SUVs, private jets, air travel, private cars, industrial beef, advertising, fast fashion, the military-industrial complex, the practice of planned obsolescence, and so on, right? There are clearly huge chunks of our economy that do not serve human needs in any reasonable respects. Most people would see this approach as quite sensible. Indeed, clearly our lives would be better under such a scenario, except for one sticking point. What about jobs? If we scale down unnecessary industrial production, won't that lead to unemployment? Indeed, the specter of unemployment keeps us all lining up, shouting for more growth, because we believe that more growth is necessary to ensure jobs and livelihoods. We even find it difficult to contemplate closing down things like coal mines because of the impact it might have on employment. This is why governments have come under pressure to bail out oil companies and airlines in the middle of a climate emergency to prevent the chaos of mass layoffs. But there is another way, and this way has been established for at least since the 1930s in the literature on economics. As the economy needs less labor, we can shorten the working week to share necessary work more evenly, thus preventing and indeed permanently ending the problem of unemployment. What's exciting about this approach is that we have strong data showing that shorter working hours lead to significant improvements in people's well-being. It reduces stress and anxiety. It reduces commuting. It reduces gender inequality in the home. It reduces mindless consumption, and it reduces emissions and resource use. It also frees us to spend more time doing what is valuable and meaningful, such as caring for our families and communities. At the same time, we need to distribute income more fairly. Okay? People often ask whether in a degrowth scenario, there will be enough income for people to buy what they need. The answer is yes, by definition. Remember, income is simply the mirror image of the total price of the commodities produced in the economy. There is, by definition, always enough income to buy the things the economy produces. So as long as we are producing things that people need, there will always be enough income for everyone to live well. What matters is distribution. It's all about distribution. To ensure a fair distribution of income, we can introduce strong living wage policies pegged to the month rather than to the hour to accommodate changing working hours. And just as we have a policy on minimum income, we can have a policy on maximum income and introduce a wealth tax, recognizing that overaccumulation by elites is bad for the environment, bad for society, and bad for democracy. Excess consumption by rich people is a major driver of emissions and resource use. You cannot simply ask rich people to consume less. Their consumption is an effect of their income. The only reasonable approach is to tax them to the point where they are no longer rich, to bring their consumption down to sustainable levels. Finally, we need to expand public services, including high quality, universal public healthcare, education, transport, housing, water, energy, and internet. This approach is key to ensuring that everyone has access to the resources they need to live good lives without needing ever-rising incomes in order to do so. This approach is powerful because it removes the pressures for additional growth. Some will say that we need GDP growth in order to tax income to fund public services, but this view is incorrect. Any government that controls its own sovereign currency can issue that currency to fund public services directly, as modern monetary theory proposes. For those that cannot, progressive taxation of the rich can do the job just as well. Toward this end, we can introduce a public job guarantee program as proposed by economists like Stephanie Kelton, Pavlina Cherneva, and a growing chorus of others. The idea is that anyone who wants to can train to do dignified, socially useful work, paid at a living wage. The power of this approach is that it can be used to mobilize the labor that's needed for the ecological transition. There's a lot of work to be done, and it needs to be done quickly. We need to ramp up renewable energy capacity, installing solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries. We need to retrofit houses to improve insulation and replace gas boilers. We need to restore degraded ecosystems, plant forests, and rewild land. We need to expand public transportation, and we need to shift to regenerative farming methods to restore soils and biodiversity, sequester carbon, and provide healthy local food. All of this requires labor, and it's not going to happen on its own. We need a public program run both at a national level for big projects like railways, power lines, and national forests, as well as at a decentralized community level to meet specific local needs. This would give people real skills and empower them to contribute to the most important collective projects of our generation, building an eco-social society. This is the opposite of what David Graeber has called bullshit jobs. Of course, at the same time, we should ensure that there is a basic income for those who cannot work or who, for whatever reason, choose not to. If the jobs program pays a living wage, this would set a standard that the rest of the economy will have to follow. Private firms would then also have to pay a living wage and would also have to offer equally enriching work if they want to retain staff. Why would anyone agree to flip burgers at McDonald's for poverty wages when they could make a real living doing something much more meaningful and important? This would also strengthen the bargaining power of labor and therefore go a long way to reducing inequality. We can also use the job program to shorten the working week. If we set hours at 30 instead of the usual 40 or 50, private employers would be under pressure to follow suit. The jobs program can be used to adjust the length of the working week as needed. This is a much more rational, ecologically coherent way to address the present crisis. Trying to grow the economy in order to create jobs is effectively make work. Almost by definition, jobs created this way are in industries that we don't really need to expand. A job guarantee does the opposite. It mobilizes labor and resources around things that our communities and our ecology actually need, in which the private sector is unable or unlikely to provide. It also happens to be astoundingly popular. A recent survey by YouGov found that 72% of people in Britain support the idea of a job guarantee. And even in the United States, it polls as high as 69%. Better yet, it is not expensive to implement. Drawing on data from the Levy Economics Institute, Cherneva reports that rolling out a job guarantee in the United States would cost only about 1% of GDP, and it could be funded with the very same mechanisms that the government is presently using to bail out corporations and prop up stock markets, namely quantitative easing, but this time for people and planet. The power of the job guarantee is that it takes the question of employment and livelihoods off the table. It cuts through the Gordian knot and allows us to have an open, democratic conversation about scaling down ecologically destructive and socially less necessary parts of the economy without worrying about the specter of unemployment, while ensuring that affected workers can retrain for jobs in a better, cleaner, fairer economy without skipping a beat. This approach also reduces the social imperative for growth. Right now, politicians and even union leaders line up to call for more growth because they believe that this is the only solution to unemployment. The job guarantee would liberate us from the straitjacket of growthism and free us to build an economy that's organized around human well-being and ecological regeneration rather than around perpetual expansion. So let me sum up by putting it this way. The problem with the existing capitalist economy, including in Korea, is that we have extraordinary industrial capacity, but it is organized around production not in order to meet human needs, but in order to facilitate ever-increasing capital accumulation and elite consumption. As a result, we use an extreme amount of resources and energy with extreme ecological impacts, and yet people still live in poverty. We need urgently to transition to an eco-social economy where production is focused on meeting everyone's needs at a high standard while reducing forms of production that are not in fact necessary for a good society. Korea is in an ideal position to adopt these ideas because unlike the USA and other neoliberal economies, there's an understanding in Korea of the important role that state-led industrial policy can play. The key thing now is to realize that such policy should not be organized around growth for its own sake, but should be organized instead rather around human needs and ecological stability. I realize that this is a challenging idea, but it's time we stop deceiving ourselves so that we can, make capitalist growth green. It is time for a different approach. And the sooner we take this path, the better chance we have of survival. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So we need to reduce the unnecessary form of production and also reduce inequality. And we need to come up with a job guarantee system for full employment. And you also provided various data. These are not just figures, but it provides a lot of insight for us. I heard that you have experience growing up in a country under colonization in South Africa and studied afterwards in the UK. So I think that is the source of your great insight. In addition, from 2010, Korea was one of the first countries to announce the Green New Deal policy alongside the US. And I heard that since then you have been studying various data on Korea for more than a decade. So I ask for your continued interest in Jeonju and Jeollabuk-do province in the future. And I expect a great discussion with you in our free discussion session. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the second presentation. The second presentation will be on climate crisis and employment crisis, jobs centered on the civil community, global examples. The presenter is the Executive Director of Green Asia, Mr. Ki-chul Oh, and he has been leading discussion in Korea regarding climate crisis, and he participated in various pre-meetings for the conference to set the direction. Please go ahead. It's a pleasure to meet with you. As introduced, I am the Executive Director of Green Asia, Ki-chul-oh. Today, let's talk about how the climate crisis leads to employment crisis and the future direction for the capital and the citizens. So many ask whether we will see the carbon neutral era, but I say, unfortunately, it has already started. Immediately, Korea's steel, cement, petrochemical, and automaking industries are concerned of the carbon border tax that will begin in the US in 2024 and in the EU in 2023. We don't know how much it will be. $100 per ton or $120 to $150. Korea has been dependent on export, and we are under crisis because we are focused on the manufacturing sector. And in June, we held the G7 summit, and it was announced that all subsidies on fossil fuels will be suspended by 2025. And Korea will have to follow suit. Then what will happen to the coal industry of Korea? It will collapse, and we will have to give up coal-fired power generation. We don't have much time. If we don't prepare in advance, the manufacturing sector and coal-fired power plants and gas power generation will be under crisis because we haven't been preparing against carbon neutrality. So now let's take a look at the scenario for a job crisis. So the world is pacing to transition into a carbon neutral society. Korea is dependent on fossil fuels and focused on manufacturing sector. So it could collapse and our businesses will be relocated overseas. And workers and the livelihoods of families will collapse as well. Local communities dependent on industries will also collapse, leading to a crisis of the regional economy and the country's economy. We need to take a look at two things. First, the pathway selected by capital. And the second is the pathway of the civil community. Let's take a look at first the pathway of the capital. Until now, these large capitals created a climate crisis, but they are now the source of solution developing vaccines. That can be called rediscovery. China, Apple, Google, Tesla, and global large capital have rediscovered clean energy, energy storage systems, battery, and electric vehicles, as well as green hydrogen. Why do we call this rediscovery? We did have PV batteries for EVs in the past, but it wasn't profitable. But they've discovered that it's now profitable. Elon Musk of Tesla went on an interview with a CNN, and I watched the interview. And there was a question. What is the solution to climate change? And Musk said, that's easy. Just buy our product. Elon Musk says we can overcome the climate crisis by using PV, batteries, and EVs. Is that true? We need to have purchasing power to buy EVs. We need to have money. Your income level must be an annual $25,000. If you do some research, the share of this group takes account for 6% of the global population. So the pathway of the capital is freedom enjoyed by only the 6%. Then what will the 94% without purchasing power do? And rediscovery of capital is not connected with jobs. One of the affiliates of POSCO is POSCO Chemical that has recently built a electrode factory, a material of battery in Gwangyang in Korea. production capacity is an annual 30,000 tons, and the size is around 20 soccer fields. But the factory has only employed 80 people. So the freedom for only 6% and the pathway of capital disconnected from jobs is limited. Another alternative is rediscovery of the civil society. This is to rediscover the solution that can be created by our citizens in the transition period to carbon neutrality under climate crisis. So I've been staying in Korea for a long time due to COVID-19, and I've listened to these stories about Green New Deal and carbon neutrality in Korea. Does it sound realistic? Many say no, because we don't see participation of the citizens nor the support. When you look at the direction of Korea's carbon neutrality policy, the direction itself is quite desirable. They say it's bottom up. It should be bottom up. But in terms of action, implementation strategy and action plan, we don't see any citizen participation. It's led by the government and conglomerates. Citizens are just subjects of training and promotion, and Korea is the only country that promotes this style of Green New Deal. This will absolutely fail, and we will fail in carbon neutrality. We need to really find a way for bottom up, where local community and citizens take the leadership. And in December last year, the Local Government Association for GNH and the GNH Forum jointly conducted a survey on the awareness of 12,000 people in 7 local communities, and anxiety on climate change scored 6.1 out of 10 points, which was highest among all categories. I think this is the current consensus level of the citizens against climate crisis. Of course, this anxiety does not lead to action. We have a lot of obstacles to overcome. And when we fail in carbon neutrality, the biggest losers will be the citizens. They are the actual stakeholders of the climate crisis. They must have their own decision-making process. Right. We need to reflect on Korea's case by taking a look at 4 different examples. First, we need to learn from the Biden government. The Biden administration wanted to repay the citizens that elected them to the government. And in end March, the Biden administration decided to invest a budget of $2.2 trillion in the infrastructure plan against climate response. And among the budget, 40% will be invested for the benefit of climate victims. And recently, there is a $3.5 trillion worth human infrastructure plan bill pending in the Congress. So this is to resolve issues of low-income classes, housing, energy issues, and the caring of elderly and children, supply of renewable energy. And the second example is this. Where did the Biden administration get the idea to invest 40% of their budget in the civil community? There is a Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act by the New York state government. In 2014, Governor Cuomo tried to pass the Climate Change Act focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And civil groups in New York and the supporting groups called Working Group or New York Renew opposed. They said that direct benefit must be provided to protecting the low-income class and the Black community as well as Latin community that were victimized due to a hurricane caused by climate crisis. And in June 2019, this Community Protection Act was passed. under which 40% of the Green New Deal budget of New York State government will be allocated to the Climate Citizens Community, and this will be guaranteed by law. And the goal is to protect the civil groups. And the civil community will select the projects themselves. 50% of the population in New York State is 9.5 million, and they are participating in Green New Deal project. In terms of jobs, New York has the Climate Community Investment Act. This is being enacted under the leadership of New York Renew. Under the law, there would be a carbon tax levied to polluting companies and fossil fuel importing companies to secure a revenue of $15 billion annually. And this will lead to secure jobs, especially decent and expert jobs in terms of maintaining and repair related to energy. It will create 16,000 new jobs in this sector. The third example is the Cleveland model of Ohio State in the US, started from 2009, and Cleveland is well known for automaking, and in 1950 the population was 900,000 but reduced to 400,000 in 2009. Income level is $18,500. So it's the second poorest community following Detroit. In Maryland University, there's an organization called Democracy Collaborative that came up with the idea and theory for Cleveland model. So if there's New York Renew for New York State, Cleveland has Democracy Collaborative as its working group. Capital-rich organizations served as an anchor organization to come with residential communities and co-ops. And this revitalized the local economy, and the community created continued jobs rather than providing disaster subsidies as a one-off event. Their goal is to revitalize local capital through social economy. And anchor organizations, co-ops, and nonprofit organizations are coming up with a consultative body to expand the residential co-op. One leading example is the Evergreen Launders co-op that started in 2009. In 2018, it had 320 members, and they are the owners of the co-op. In Korea, we see the collapse of the manufacturing sector and the decrease in population, so we can benchmark the Cleveland model in this case. The problem is that local governments are just focused on buying the products of social companies. So we are deviating from the important idea. We need to focus on revitalizing the economy to build local capital and local wealth. So it's about welfare building. So we need to redesign our activities to circulate the local capital. The fourth example is in Mongolia. When you go to the west side of Mongolia, you can see the area called Mayan Nord. It used to be a Great Plain, but from 2000, desertification started, and it's just sand now. And there are 40 households that are climate refugees, and they created a forest on top of this desert in Mongolia. They are farming, they created forests and planted fruit trees for economic self-sufficiency. And 6 years later, even the heads of local governments and the rich started to build homes around the forest. And the head of the local government wanted to take the forest for his own and cancel the extension for land use. These climate refugees are the weakest people, powerless people in this community. These 40 households thought they would lose out if they fight against the power. So in the beginning, they just sat on their hands, and right before their land were taken by the rich, they started to take action. The households went around the conferences of the village and started a fight. And there was an opinion, majority opinion, to impeach the head of the local government. And at last, the head of the local government gave up and extended the permission to use land. This model, planting trees and creating forest, is being spread to a lot of deserts. So we can see the creation of co-ops in these sites. And we now see a community of around 1,000 refugees, 200 households, to create and restore the land and create income. And the UN awarded this example the UN Land for Life Award in 2014. So implication that we can get from the rediscovery of the civil community is that we need to guarantee the decision-making power for the citizen. And secondly, we need participation of the working group. And third, the goal of climate leadership is not to protect large capital, but to protect the civil community. My conclusion is a proposal for the pathway by the citizens as a solution against climate change. Nobody has walked the path of carbon neutrality. We need various experiments, and there are no precedences. So the pathway created by the citizens can be only created when they can voice their opinions and exercise their rights. And the 4 examples will be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks in the presentation. First, how the job crisis came from the climate crisis, and the second, as a solution, he introduced the path for the citizen and the path for the job creation. And among the suggestions, he gave the 4 examples. And the first, the concentration on the weak group, and the civic group can decide the business on their own, and they can benefit it directly. And another one is the cooperative creation in the Cleveland. And the 4th example was the experience of the Green Asia, which is a working group model. But the 3rd case of the Cleveland model was introduced in the Preston City in the UK. Last year, when we had the Economics of the Happiness International Conference, we covered about this in our 3rd session. So while I was preparing the conference, I also researched the Korean status. And the shipbuilding and the automobile company shut down in the local regions. We have the 8 job crisis area. However, there was no consideration of the job creation by the local government. So the job creation in the industrial complex was intentionally made by the local government later. So the during the 2 years in our conference, we talked about the Cleveland model. So I hope that this can be emphasized again. And the explanation about this was made in the 3rd session last year, so please refer to it. Let me introduce the 3rd presenter, who is Eugene Lee from the Green Transition Research Institute. She has a lot of titles, job titles, so I don't know how to call her. I always call her Dr. Lee, but she is the chairwoman of the Energy Transition Network, and she is also the member of the 2050 Presidential Committee for the Carbon Neutrality. And this is the highest level of the climate change committee. So last October, we had the important decision from the committee. So maybe she will include that announcement of the carbon neutrality committee, I think. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. I enjoyed the two presentations before me. I learned a lot of lessons. So I want to talk about the job policy to respond to the climate crisis. We have to talk about where we stand right now. So the greenhouse gas emission increased continuously, but now we have to cut it down to the bottom within 30 years. And now we are standing in the right middle here. So within the 30 years, can we stay away from the fossil fuels? Is it possible? And last Monday, the October 18th, our goals of the greenhouse gases, we have to decrease by 40% by 2030 compared to the emission in 2018. Now we have just 8 or 9 years up until the 2030. So can we cut down our emission by 40%? And we also have to solve the food issues and the job issues. So within 10 years, what will happen to us? First, we have the aging phenomenon in our society. In 2030, half of our population will be aged more than 50 years old. And then also we will see the disappearance of the local area. So I said 40%. And shall we look at the energy industry? We have a power plant, coal power plant and the gas power plant. They have to shut down their plant. 40% of our electricity usage is coming from the coal power plant. However, it should be reduced half level. So the half coal power plant in the Gyeongnam province and the Chungnam province should shut down their facilities within 10 years. Then what will be the shock of the jobs there? So also within the 10 years in the traffic area, the public transportation will increase. However, now we have 24 million units of car now, and the 20% of those cars should change into the electric vehicles. So the changing these 24 million into the EV is impossible goal. But in the internal combustion engine car, like a maker of the internal combustion engine car will have the shock wave of the unemployment. So the jobs and their life environment will disappear according to our goals. So while we make the growth, can we achieve that goals? I think it is impossible. So we talked about the path of capital. The coal power plant will go away and internal combustion engine will go away. And instead, the EV or the renewable energy will take place. However, in some way, we need those kind of transition of industry. However, in Korea, manufacturer-based industry with the huge amount of the consumption, that's the Korean status, but we cannot change those whole jobs into the green transitions. And if we cannot make that, if we give up the growth, and if we give up the productivity, maybe we can have the employment guarantee program to solve these kind of problems. Also, the Professor Jason Hickel showed this graph. It is exactly same graph. So if we cannot stop our emission, if it goes continuously, so we will reach the 1.5 Celsius degree, which is a disaster for the human being. So within the 30 years, we have to go down to the rock bottom from the peak. So looking at this graph, what should we do to make it possible? Then we have to give up the GDP growth. However, the financial ministry joined the carbon neutrality committee, but I think they don't think it's their own responsibility. All the indicators to measure the Korea's performance is the economic growth rate. Always we talk about the economic growth rate. So growth rate, if we do not give up the growth rate, can we make this kind of achievements going down to the rock bottom? So we covered the happiness index, or the index which can replace the GDP, we covered for a long time in this international conference, should be the center of the discussion, I think, because the world is changing. We have to make a huge transition to the bottom, and all the index or indicator system should be totally changed. So what does it mean? What does making carbon neutrality society means? That means that within 10 years or 15 years, we have to shut down all the coal power plants. And we also have to have the new paradigm of the traffic mobility. And now we have the 363 million cows. So according to our sessions, in order to go to the carbon neutrality, to achieve our goals, what kind of alternative options should be integrated? Those things are the discussion we should make. So from the wider perspective, we have to change our bus into the electric vehicle, and we have to move to do renewable energies. And how the Korean industry, which is based on the manufacturing, should go for this. So we have to think about it. So many local governments in Korea those local governments cannot attract the industrial complex to create the jobs. Then the job creation paradigm should be changed in the local government. What does people need? House, energy, food, care service, child care service. So all the needs in the local region should be met by the local regions. So in order to go for the carbon neutrality society, we cannot travel far. We have to solve our problems in our regions. So that these local regions, local community is very important in the society of the carbon neutrality. So based on the local community, we need the recovery infrastructures. In the face of the climate crisis, in the case of the natural disaster, we have to have the personnel who can provide a safety net to the local residents. So If the government have a 40% goal, the Jeonju city should have a 40% goal too. So in each area, we need the people and the personnel, human resources to prepare for our goals. So in the face of the COVID pandemic and the climate crisis, in order to achieve the goals of the climate crisis, we cannot consume or we cannot produce the resources or we cannot travel that far. By 2040, the cargo traffic or the logistic will decrease very much because they try to reduce the distance and they have to do it in the local communities. So the medical service and the living, energy, food, and the travel and the resource recycle and the biodiversity and the cultural activities and the training and education about the transitions should be made in the local communities. And that will become the job creation for the local communities. So far, we spend a lot of money and effort to attract the factories in our local community, but it was not leading to the job creation in the regions. So in order to secure the public job security, we need a process of the local self-sufficiency. For the Europe to go to the carbon neutrality, they don't have the EV subsidies. They have the skipping stones approach. In Berlin, they have a petition to make Berlin car-free. And in the Paris, within like 15 minutes, they can access to the service they need without car. In the Netherlands, in the Amsterdam, the car is 25% of the traffic burden. So in the Korea carbon neutrality, the option for the traffic is focusing on the EV car. However, Europe is thinking about the urban planning. They are thinking about the way for citizens to move around without car. So they are thinking about the system for the citizen to travel freely without the car. So we need to think about this kind of strategy. So it should be difficult for the central government. However, the local communities can make this possible to make a service where the people can support and lean on to each other. And I think this is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that ample data. You have shared a lot with us, and to summarize, I think there were two large ideas. First of all, the restructuring of the manufacturing sector leading to a change in the job sector, and we need to prepare against this. And the other idea was that we need to improve the production capacity of the local community and therefore self-sufficiency. And in terms of employment and welfare sector, we can create a lot of jobs by doing so. Now moving on, we will listen to two more presenters, and these two presenters happen to be presenting the two different ideas introduced by Ms. Lee. Mr. Bae Gyu-sik is the Senior Advisor to Labor Policy of Jeonju City. We'll talk about the manufacturing sector and job restructuring, and the welfare sector will be covered by Ms. Seonan Lee, head of the Welfare Environment Committee of Jeonju City Council. We will first listen to Mr. Bae, who will talk about the job policy against climate crisis and transition into EVs and jobs.
규식배 is advisor for the economy and the labor of the Jeonju city. And he is also the member of the Presidential Committee of the Economic and Social and the Labor Committee. This committee is working for the mediation of the stakeholders in the industrial restructuring. And before this, he was the chairman of the Labor Research Institute, who is the labor expert of Korea. Hello, everyone. I'm honored to present in the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. Today, I want to talk about the climate crisis and jobs, and especially transition to the EV and the carbon neutrality. I had to go to Jeonju in person. However, I should go through the national audit, so I made a record for my presentation. Please understand that. First, I will talk about the climate crisis and the energy transition, especially after President Trump, U.S. withdrawn from the international climate treaties and conventions, which brought the 4-year suspension. However, after the President Biden, the U.S. joined the Paris Agreement again to restart the movement. So it feels like they are accelerating the speed, and Europe is already working for the energy transition. So that will be the first part. And then I will talk about the jobs according to these phenomenon. And also we will talk about the EVs transition in Korea and the commercial cars industry in Korea. And then I will make suggestions and the conclusion. First, the first main cause of the climate crisis is the carbon emissions. So compared those years, the carbon emission increased continuously compared to the 60s. In 2019, it increased by 3.5 times. The U.S. was high emitter, but China is the biggest emitters because of their industrialization. So Korea is also takes the big part. If you look at the right part, the red is the Asian countries. In 2070, the total CO2 emission is shown here in this graph. And the US is followed by, and if you look at in the middle, we can see the South Korea, 1.7% of the total emissions. So if the countries around the world do not work together, we cannot achieve the goals of the reduction of carbon emissions. So this is the global daunting task for every countries. So this red line is the renewable energy, and the blue line is the fossil fuel demands. In the 2050, the fossil fuel consumption will decrease, and the renewable energy will exceed the fossil fuels. And by 2050, the PV and the wind power will be 33% for Germany and 28% for UK and 12% for US and Korea, 33.5% for the Korea. So Korea falls far behind in terms of the renewable energy. So we have a long way to go, and we have to accelerate our speed. And this is the generation cost for each energy from 2009 and until the 2019, the nuclear power, it's purple color here, it increased, but the coal decreased a little bit here. And the gas is decreasing, and PV is decreasing, and wind is decreasing. So the generation cost of the renewable energy is going down, which gives a less burden for us in the future. So that is thanks to the development of the technology of renewable energies. So in case of the carbon neutrality, we will have the loss of jobs, but we will also have the job creation. If you look at the left side, you can see the jobs across the world which is affected by the climate crisis. In the transportation, it's 88 million. The total, the 1.4 billion jobs are affected by the climate crisis. So the agriculture industry is affected a lot by the climate crisis. So if we follow the energy sustainability scenario, there is a risk of the job insecurity. So job loss will be around 7 million. But the potential creation of job can be 20 million. And job will increase in the manufacturing, and the job will increase in the renewable energy, and job will decrease in the utilities and increase in the construction. So overall, we have the positive numbers of the job creations. So because of the renewable energies and energy efficiency, we will have more jobs. So 75 jobs will be created, and the 77 jobs will be made, and the 27 jobs will be lost. So there is a potential of the job creation in the process of the carbon neutrality. So we do not need to worry about the job loss in the process of the carbon neutrality. And according to the survey, 2.1 million jobs will be made from the energy efficiency, and 138,000 jobs from the advanced distribution and transmission network and energy storage. So related to the advanced energy technology, 3.2 million jobs will be created. This is the example of the US in 2020. However, each scenarios have a different job. So all electric vehicle shares increases when the electric vehicle shares increases, and all electric vehicle shares rise to 30% or 50%. All the scenario, the jobs are different depending on the scenarios of the transition into the electric vehicles. So when there is no manufacturing policies, job will be the minus. The dark blue is related to the car assembly, and the light blue is related to the auto parts. So the overall, the job is minus here. But if they have the powertrain manufacturer in the U.S., they can have the little positive numbers here. And if they have a domestic powertrain manufacturing, and if they increase the domestic car market share, the job is increasing dramatically up to the 150,000. And for the OEM, it is almost like a 36,000. And for the auto parts, it's around 154,000. So if the job multiplied with the years, so by 2025, it is around 25 million jobs. So this is the Korea's case. Korea has a strategy of the EV. 100,000 for the passenger cars, and 1,000 for the bus, and 7,000 for the trucks. That is the plan for the electrification in Korea. And we also have the added value for the future car, depending on the parts. So the value is very high, and they have a plan to have the own homegrown technology for the 14 core parts of the automobiles. So this is the government statistics as of 2020. So we will have the obsolete parts as the government move toward the electrifications. So the obsolete and unnecessary parts will be related to the engines and the powertrain. So the 30% of parts will disappear in the process of electrification. The materials can be same, but the material is lightweight in order to reduce the total weight of the cars. So they change the steel into the aluminum. And this is also will be very important change. However, in the electrification, we need the battery or the motor, the inverters. So if you look at the other group of the disappearing parts, the obsolete, the 30% of the parts will be obsolete, which are all related to the engines and the motors and the internal combustions. The car frame will remain same. So the 100,000 people will maintain their jobs, but there will be loss and the expansion too. But we cannot know the exact number depending on the automobile companies. So we need a more specific survey about that. I think you have a keen interest in the commercial vehicles in the Jeonju cities. So if we look at the employment in the commercial and the automobile parts company in the Jeonju city, in 2014, Jeonbuk province has the huge import, but it decreased by 42%. And in the Wansan and the Gunsan, had the commercial vehicles manufacturing site. So if you do not secure this manufacturing facility, the job loss will be huge. So we made the Jeonbuk Province Industrial Development Committee so that we can have a meeting and have a negotiation between the employers and the workers. So the Jeonju city and the Jeonbuk province try to have the network among the automobile motor companies and the research institute. So we have to come up with the networking or the discussion for securing the commercial vehicle manufacturing facility in the area. So we have the demand of the commercial vehicles in Korea, so we cannot move the manufacturing facility to other countries. So we should not give up these jobs. So Jeonbuk province and the Wonju county and the Iksan city should work hard so that we can maintain the commercial vehicle manufacturing facilities. We have to learn the lesson from the past event in the GM Korea in Gunsan and Hyundai Heavy Industry. So the Jeonbuk province should change their attitude to attract these facilities. So there should be the renegotiation and the discussion between the labor employer and the local government so that they can come up with more active measures. In that way, we can mobilize the Hyundai Motor Company and the central government. You have to provide incentives for them to come to this area, and because it can affect your jobs in the 20 years and 30 years. I don't say that you didn't do anything so far, but I just say that you have to work harder to mobilize the central government and the Hyundai Motor Company. That does not guarantee the jobs. However, it can open the possibilities. So we have to move more actively. Then we can have the more decent jobs and the manufacturing facilities in the regions. And it can make a happy Jeonju city and sustainable jobs in the Jeonju area and in Jeonbuk province. And it can also attract more investment in the future, and it will be the foundation for the better jobs in the future. You don't have enough time to make this decision. You have to move proactively as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. So you mentioned various data from ILO to explain the current situation. You talked about the automaking industry, and it takes up 4% of the total GRDP of Jeonju and Jeollabuk-do province. We have two OEM factories and 552 part suppliers in Jeollabuk-do province, and employment amounts to 20,000 people. As you mentioned, OEMs are mostly in Jeonju and Gunsan, and part suppliers in Iksan mostly. Jeonju, the size is relatively small, but according to your presentation, job insecurity is a big concern, especially due to energy transition. We will see the rise in electricity cost, and experts say there would be around 50% increase. And 24% of GRDP is taken up by manufacturing sector in Jeollabuk-do province, and if productivity declines, combined with job insecurity, that would be a big challenge. Now let's move on to the presentation by Nani Seo, the council member of Jeonju City Council. The presentation will be about local jobs against climate crisis. Please. Good afternoon. The light is so bright. It feels like I'm a celebrity in an award ceremony. So on my way here, I thought that the topic of my presentation is too comprehensive, so I was thinking about how to narrow down my topic. Jeonju City councilors need more time every day because after AR, VR, we have climate crisis, then ESG, and metaverse. So as a humanities major, it's very difficult to survive. Well, thank you for the great presentations today. I have learned a lot from the great experts. And don't expect that I will be able to impart you with the same level of expertise with you. I'm going to talk about how we can implement what has been discussed today, especially as a councillor of the Jeonju City Council. Carbon neutrality does not lead to immediate results. And politicians and the heads of local governments setting up a goal and deciding drastic investment is realistically very difficult because we cannot talk about immediate results to the citizens. However, despite the fact making such investment for future generations is the duty and responsibility of politicians, I think. I do have a lot of concern about Jeonju. That would be the community for my children and future generations. In August 2020, there was a headline on Gyeongyang newspaper saying that the name of this rain is not monsoon but climate crisis. And the picture showed the heavy rain, torrential rain of Jeonju. A lot of households were flooded and there were landslides on the mountains. And it made us actually feel the impact of climate change. And I felt that we can no longer call this a climate change, but we need to call this climate disaster. Under this sense of crisis, we talk about achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, talking about figures, but what most matters is how we are going to implement this and how we can take action. I'm sure that this has been discussed for decades, and many local governments have already worked on coming up with the basic plan in which you must have participated. And I think it's also important that we reflect on the achievements of the past. Regarding this agenda that has been assumed as a central government's role, I think local governments failed to fulfill its role with a long-term plan, especially the New Deal projects for regional balance pursued by the central government were focused on incentives and excessive issuance of local bonds, but they were quite irrelevant to our goal. It was just a measure to improve flexibility in funding. And the less local funds we have, the less we can invest for the future generation. And recently, we've been using big data to collect data and come up with measures against air pollution and creating forests. We have been providing various alternatives, and I always wondered whether these benefits are really felt by the citizens, because these issues were about putting an LED light on low-income family households or improving windows. They were very small steps, so I don't think many could have connected this to carbon neutrality, and they were mostly focused on the low-income class rather than the majority of the public. So under the big picture, I think we need to discuss the direction of private agencies under local governments in carrying out these activities and programs. Under the pandemic, SMEs are the hardest hit, and these are the biggest concerns for counselors. And I was thinking about many things and thought the catering business is almost non-existent, and funeral houses still use permanent containers, and I thought the catering business could recollect this container or dishes and wash it and deliver it again. So I think there could be policies connecting and finding new purposes of existing businesses to help the survival of businesses facing imminent crisis. Providing funds to SMEs are not the fundamental solution. We need to come up with a new alternative and solution. So I thought also we could maybe group delivery restaurants by district, and the catering service could also collect and wash the delivered dishes, and this would lead to a better environment in collecting waste and processing waste, and also will lead to decent jobs. After COVID-19, we don't expect the situation to improve, so we need to think about how to survive under the situation. And we always think about how to contribute to the local economy. And in the local community, we could replace the disposable dishes with permanent dishes, collaborating with catering services. So I think these transition programs away from styrofoam and ice pack that are big headaches toward paper tapes and paper-based ice packs. And we could also provide support to participating businesses. And for industrial complexes that are aiming to achieve carbon neutrality, I think we should be more bold in making investments in their R&D projects. We need to expand such support and attract willing or committed companies in order to make a fundamental change and improvement in the structure of our lives. The industry within the industrial complex must change, but that should not just be put in the hands of the private sector. We need collaboration for restructuring, and the city government and council should play a role. Unless we change the circulation system of resources, we won't be able to find another growth engine for the local economy. There can be policies for jobs responding to the crisis and policies helping the marginalized, as in the case of the Biden administration policy. And we need to reflect on ourselves. Are we really thinking about support policies for the victims of climate change? Are our care programs derived out of concern for climate change? And when we look at our execution of budget, it's only executed when the disaster takes place. So we need to take action in advance. And we are expanding programs for the disabled and the elderly, but that won't benefit the entire general public. So what's essential would be expanding our public services. Whether we have climate change or not, we need to maintain the quality of life for the public. And this year, all local governments engaged in the pledge ceremony to resolve achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. The declaration itself was meaningful, but I think we need to identify policies to support the underprivileged in collaboration with other local governments. So, as a roadmap to achieve carbon neutrality, we need a phased-out strategy, reduce emissions, and strengthen adjustment. And rather than from a macro perspective, we need to actually come up with policies that can be really felt by the citizens, such as creating new jobs and improving the labor and residential environment of the vulnerable. And that's what should be discussed in the Carbon Neutrality Action Committee. And lastly, there is a list that I came up with showing local jobs, and I looked into it, and the data was quite insufficient. It was hard to say that this was our data, our accurate data on jobs against climate change, but because we have people from relevant divisions, I ask you to engage more on this area to make more efforts. And a quote I like is, "There is no recovery with climate change." Imagine that you went to the grocery store and there's nothing to eat due to the climate crisis. We make attempts to overcome the crisis by investing public funds, but with the crisis, we won't see anything to eat in the grocery stores. It is a crisis or risk that would collapse the civilization. It should be our top priority. Thank you for the great presentations once again today, and your efforts in the local governments, respectively, will be very helpful to the general public, and we will also carry our discussion so that our discussions materialize. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and the discussion. I think you promised, so you will put them into action. So due to the time restraint, we will continue the panelists and without the summarization of the Mrs. presentations. We have our time until 6:10. We have around like 20 minutes from now. So 5 presenters will have the free discussions. not enough time for us, but now we can utilize it. So I will also move my seat to the panelists. Hello, Dr. James Hickel.
연결이 통역이
Jason Hickel, can
되고
you hear me?
있는가요?
Yes, I can hear you.
예,
Yes,
예,
it's good to
제
see you,
목소리가.
and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
네, 어저께도 배웠.
Nice to meet you again after yesterday's
런던과
encounter. And you work in the London and Barcelona. And where are you now? In London or Barcelona?
Yes, I work in both cities, but I'm in Barcelona right now.
아, 네, 바르셀로나.
So Barcelona is moving very fast to the response of the climate crisis. So in your presentation, if you could not cover all the EU examples, you can tell us in the time for your comments. So we invited 5 panelists here, and I will be the moderator. So the 6 people here are doing the session 3, and among us, 3 are connected online, and here the 3 people physically participate on the site. Then I said that free discussion, but I'm worried about the time schedule. So should I do this in the order of the presentation? So if you have any comments you couldn't cover during your presentation, and then if we have another time, we can have a Q&A session. So I will hand over the microphone to the Dr. Jason Hickel if you have any comments you can't cover in your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. So I understand that you wanted to hear a bit about what's happening in Barcelona as well as other parts in Europe. So I just wanted to mention 2 things. The first is that in the city of Barcelona, it's one of the leading cities when it comes to imagining more socially just and ecological futures. And one of the things they've begun to do is take on board some post-growth ideas, arguing that the most important thing for the city is not to pursue economic growth, but rather to meet people's needs at a good standard and reduce resource and energy use. And so this shift in emphasis from growth to human needs and ecology, I think is really world leading and very inspiring. And it's amazing the sense of civic solidarity that has emerged in Barcelona as a consequence. Of course, this has required also a struggle against the capitalist class. Capitalists in Barcelona want to see the expansion of the airport and the expansion of the port and other sort of big mega industrial projects. But the mayor and the social movements have been pushing against those demands, calling for more human-centered interventions. So they're ensuring more green spaces and more pedestrian spaces in the city, making it easier for people to access the resources they need to live well. Instead of trying to increase aggregate GDP, they're trying to improve the welfare purchasing power of income, which means on existing incomes, can we make it easier for people to access the key goods they need: healthcare, education, public transportation, energy, water, internet, and so on, by decommodifying those goods, right? So the more we can decommodify key goods, the more that we can ensure people have access to the resources they need. Redistributing income, of course, is also a big part of this. I also want to mention briefly an interesting initiative by the political party called DM25 in Europe. They have put together a Green New Deal framework, which is one of the only Green New Deal frameworks in the world that explicitly builds in post-growth principles, right? So in the USA and in the EU, the Green Deal frameworks there tend to have a growthist dimension to them, a green growth dimension to them. the DM25 platform, which is called a Green New Deal for Europe, is explicitly post-growth and incorporates key social justice and post-growth and post-capitalist principles. And so for those of you who are interested in what a possible framework might look like, I would urge you to take a look at DM25's reports on this. The final thing I guess I want to say is that I think that we should be, I mean, I've listened to the presentations and I agree with so much of what is said, but I think it's time for us to be bold and to be explicit about what the problem is and not to hedge around the edges, and to recognize that that what we're facing here is a crisis that is generated by our particular economic system, which is capitalism. Capitalism is an economic system where production is organized not around meeting human needs, but rather around surplus, around generating surplus value and capital accumulation, right? Such an economy always requires extracting from labor and from human communities and from nature, and will always generate inequality, poverty, and ecological crisis. It's time for us to imagine a post-capitalist economy that does not have those intrinsic, that intrinsic extractive nature. So we need a more regenerative, more socially just, more ecologically stable economy. And we should have the courage to imagine our way into the 21st century beyond capitalism. So I'd like to leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Oh or Dr. Lee, do you have anything to add or maybe a question to what was just mentioned?
Thank you for your comments. The post-growth model is spreading across the world. It is a heated topic in the world, and in Korea, we are talking about the degrowth model. But looking at the Korean model again, as you analyzed in 2009, the green growth model is still adopted by Korean government. We had the discussion about the NDC, and we tried to make the reduction in the industrial area because the biggest emission is from the industries. However, when we set the goals in the industry, each industry is emission, the growth and the production was propositioned, and on that propositions we tried to calculate the reduction, but we cannot do that. We couldn't do it because it was not the bottom up. It has to be the top down. So that was the controversy during the meeting. So we confirmed again, still the Korean government, especially the financial ministry and the environmental ministry, they do not say that we should give up the growth. They do not accept this as the human language right now. So because we have the presidential election soon, and I said that we have to change the indication system and the organization system and the assessment system in my presentation. So in this time of the change, huge change, Korean government should also change the direction of the movement after the presidential elections. We have to have this kind of discussion during the presidential candidate discussion. So when we had the presidential the debate among the Trump and Biden, they also talked about the climate crisis at that time. But now we are talking about all the trivial scandals during the presidential debate. However, we have to talk about the vision of the climate crisis and the vision of the growth while doing the carbon neutrality. Those kind of topic should be dealt in the presidential debate, candidate debate, I think.
Mr. Oh, do you have anything to add? I think we have a lot to think about in the case of Jeonju. I mentioned the transition of commercial vehicles to EVs. That was mentioned. And reducing greenhouse gas emissions by about 40% according to national NDC also has us thinking whether when we implement this in the local community or local areas, we do have the same NDC 40% target, but in terms of technical transition, in the case of EV, if we fail in transitioning in terms of technology, there would be a limitation in terms of growth. So when we fail in making this technological transition, afterwards everything will collapse. That's the real problem in the local community. And when you look at the trend of green growth, Korea is too focused on technology or energy transition. Frankly speaking, I don't think energy transition will work that effectively in Korea because we have energy inertia. For 30 years, since the 30s until 2020, fossil fuel energy decreased to 8% in the 90s. And 30 years later, it's now 84.7%. So in 30 years, only 3% was decreased for fossil fuels. So I think reducing this by more than 80% is a very difficult story and will be very, very challenging. And when industrial transition and technical transition all fail, everything will collapse. And do we have a plan B? Do we have the capability to respond to this situation? We need to think about that. We also need to consider the transition that is led by the citizens as an alternative. I think that would be a genuine transition for the Korean society that has a better possibility for success for us. Although we are working on PV, the citizens should be taking the lead in energy transition, selling their remaining energy. We need to create a foundation for this. And there was a presentation from Jeonju focused on the marginalized and the victims. What we need to think about in this case is that whether it's climate change, economic crisis, or COVID-19, has Jeonju carried out a survey on the current status of victims? I don't think so. So you talk about policy and measures, but you don't even have the data that will serve as ground for the policy-making process. And lastly, about 2 days ago, the government designated 84 areas that lacks population. And when I focused on Jeonju, Muju, Jinan, Changsu were the areas that were designated. And the government announced that it's going to invest 1 trillion won in these areas for about a decade. And I think if they run out of the budget, these areas will still suffer from population insufficiency, scarcity. So in order to resolve the issue, we need to have a mechanism which should be the working group that I mentioned in my presentation. Local governments and central government should not take the lead. New York Renew is composed of about 280 civil societies. So we need these types of working groups to resolve these problems. They should take the lead in carrying out campaigns and also persuade the local government and conduct a survey on the civil societies to provide necessary training, consulting, and establish or propose necessary laws and institutions. So the working group should be in the driver's seat to resolve these issues overall. And Professor, you mentioned the Green New Deal, DM50. I believe there is a working group behind driving this effort.
As a planner, let me add to the comments. When we planned this conference in the spring, we expected we had the result from the carbon neutrality committee. So that's why we try to look at the jobs based on the data. However, the decision was delayed from the committee. So without the data, we came to have this kind of session. So as far as I'm concerned, the SMEs shutdown accounts for almost 230 million in our nation, but I couldn't see the numbers for the Jeonju city. And I missed the two parts for this session. The first is that I wanted to invite the entrepreneurs from the company, so because we wanted to hear the perspective of the companies, enterprises. I know that there is a heated conversation among the companies. However, those conversation was not reflected into our session. For example, the company, the partnership, which has a partnership with the big, large company for the ESG, they gave the data about the food garbage. And then when they give the data, the food garbage was decreased highly. So now today we couldn't talk about the perspectives of the industry, the companies, and also we couldn't cover the story about the agricultural industry because the agriculture takes 8% of the GDP of the Jeonbuk province, and it has large jobs. However, due to the methane gas, it is a very important issue. So if we tell that we have the top-down method to cut down the methane, so it will bring the huge ripple effects. We didn't have enough time and we didn't have enough preparation. That's why we couldn't bring all players into this session. But the advanced responsive measures, and the agricultural industry was the missed in our session. So also the civic working group was not prepared in these sessions. Yesterday in Gyeongnam province, they had the IBEC civic group launching ceremonies to use their energy with the 100% renewable energy. So that was the newly launched the civic groups. I hope that kind of movement can happen in the Jeonju city too. I spent a lot of time, but I'm sorry. So I will hand over the microphone to the Ms. Sonani or the Ms. Kyushik Bae. So I said 40% by 2030. It is a top-down method. So, but it is not easy goals to achieve. And effort of the government is not all for these achievements. There could be a great resistance from the industry and from the people because of wearing mask or the lockdown of the local regions were followed well by the public citizen. However, the small mom and pop stores started to resist against the government's quarantine rules as they faced the difficulties in the operation of their shops. So if they lose their jobs, if they have the difficulties in increasing the renewable energy, maybe there will be some resistance. So I think a top-down method will not work. Rather, the bottom-up approach will work because we don't have that many the bottom-up effort because the local government is not doing that well. So and the central government is not doing that well. So local governments and the local community and the civic groups should actively work for this, and then the central government will be affected by this kind of movements. So if we have this kind of top-down approach, maybe we cannot achieve the goals for the carbon neutrality. So not only top-down, but also the bottom-up approach by the civic groups should be placed in more. Compared to Japan, we fall behind. Japan has their own policy which includes the local government. I don't say that Japan is doing everything right. However, I think we need more actions, and our citizens should change our way of thinking to change their life pattern. And for example, for the delivery package, we have so many waste. So we have to consider this kind of issue with the bottom-up approach. So the environmental groups should give pressure to the central government, and the labor movement should also can face the criticism at the expense of this kind of movement. However, in order to go environmentally friendly, the job can be lost. So when we say this kind of transition, the laborers will have the resistance. So at the expense of the inconvenience in our life, we have to make this kind of effort. When we do so, when we change our way of thinking or way of living, the central government will set the higher target, and the public citizens should make somewhat sacrifice in their life. Then we can achieve the goals. So the local government should work harder, I think. I can name like 30 things for the local government to do, but I'm refraining to say every single items. But I think it is ineffective if the local government cannot do it, but ask something for the central government to do so. So I think we need the bottom-up approaches.
Thank you, Mr. Bae. So you mentioned the bottom-up approach, which is very encouraging. Ms. Seo, anything to add? So I hope I can meet Mr. Bae for the remaining 30 things to understand what we can do in Jeonju. That would be all.
Jeonju city, in the traffic and in the living and the food. We had a discussion for a long time about this. So here, I think we can relate them into the NDC and the carbon neutrality. I think we have many ingredients to make a linkage, and we have to design totally new concept. So, for example, the renewable energy is around 6%, but it should be 30% by 2030. It is 5 times higher than now. Then volatility is very big. So it is not just a problem of PV or the wind power. We need the transmission and the distributions. In the past, transmission was important, but the distribution is more important. But in the past, the producer was important, but the consumer is more important in the future. So we need the pricings and the technologies mechanism for that. So this situation is not about the technology. This is about the solving the problem by integrating technology and the human being. So we need a totally new design. So public is not all, and the technology is not all. We have to plan and draw and the layout for the future. Then the Jeonju city made the local energy center and the local energy policies so far, but the NDC 40% has a totally different picture of the Jeonju city's energy plan so far. So we need to make a new design. So, and Jeonju is ready for this. And looking at the Jeolla province, the agriculture is very big here. So I think this is our task to deal with this agriculture industry with the NDC 40% achievements. So this discussion is made in the various places, but at the local level, I think this is the biggest discussion in the country. So I was concerned a bit, but we had the great and prestigious experts from home and abroad. So their insight and their opinion was very helpful for us. For the change of the arrangements, we have to open our heart. In the morning session, the Helena Norbert Hodge delivered a congratulatory message saying that to recover the love of the goddess of the soil. So looking at the session today, I wonder how the Helena Norbert Hodge thought about her keynote speech. So I'd like to wrap up the session 3 and invite the third keynote speech of Ms. Helena Norberry Hodge. Thank you very much for your participation. Hello, everyone. We are proceeding the closing ceremony of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. So this is kind of the wrap-up session. And Ms. Helena Norberry-Hodge is connected for the last keynote speech. Shall we connect to her?
Hi, can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
nice
you.
to see you again.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Yes, okay, you may begin with your
I'm
closing
so
remarks.
proud of the intelligence, the commitment from the Jeonju government, but also from our colleagues around the world and all the speakers. I think the level of discussion, the level of analysis is extremely impressive. However, my job, Local Futures' job, is to remind us of the bigger picture. We believe that really understanding the global nature of this capitalist system that is undermining human well-being and everything that lives, the natural world. The global nature of this system is such that from its very inception, it started with force, with enclosures, with slavery, and from that time on, global traders had an advantage over all place-based activities. Very often, the left, the political left that arose out of in the industrial system focuses on the need for big government. And very often, it is a focus that does not take into account the problem of having a global government to control global corporations. On the other hand, on the right, we have people who tend to fear government, to fear government intervention, who want to see freedom, laissez-faire economies. They believe that the market will regulate itself, that the market has some kind of almost organic and beyond human intelligence, but it doesn't. It's a market that needs to be regulated, no doubt. But what we are trying to say in Local Futures, let's pay attention to the potential of supporting smaller, medium-sized, even national businesses. But let's stop subsidizing and deregulating global corporations and banks that are already monopolistic. We believe that this message can reach beyond left and right. Self-respecting capitalists, they don't believe in subsidies. Why are they encouraging a system where global monopolies are able to be subsidized? Supposedly they don't believe in monopolies either, but the fact is that the way the system operates today is that these giants that have been pushing their way through political attempts, there were attempts to try to soften their impact. There has been, but they've been pushing their way through these attempts that have grown as people around the world saw how exploitative, how destructive rampant capitalism was. So in many countries, in my native country of Sweden too, there were attempts to soften the impact. But there weren't attempts to prevent this freedom for the giants. That is what we need to talk about today. We believe that understanding that this global activity beyond the sight, beyond the surveillance of any form of democratic process, that global activity is responsible for all the human and ecological serious crises we face. We believe that it is more strategic to think about scaling down business than it is to scale up governance. Why is that? We have seen the examples of how democracy operates in a place like Sweden or New Zealand. These are, of course, very small countries compared to the United States or Brazil. What we see is that when the governance structures are closer to the people, closer to the ground, you have much greater hope of genuine democracy. But it's not only that. Our experience, long-term experience in the non-industrialized parts of the world, in the so-called poor countries, what we've seen there is that before the advent of this industrial system, which grew out of colonialism and force, there was far greater diversity, biological diversity, cultural diversity, knowledge systems that were adapted to the specifics of place, had developed and evolved and were allowed to survive, sometimes for millennia. One way to think about this is that there is a lot to learn from more indigenous cultures, but I can tell you that my husband and I lived in rural Spain in the 80s, and we experienced there that much of that local knowledge, which was linked to a far more careful use of natural resources, despite the inquisitions, despite Islamic invasions, it wasn't a perfect culture, it wasn't a perfect anything, but you still had far more of the knowledge that's required for maintaining and genuinely supporting and regenerating soil and life around us. You had intergenerational community where the youngest and the oldest were still connected. And we witnessed how in the 80s, as this new form of globalization took off, we witnessed how in both Ladakh as well as Bhutan and other parts of so-called third world, as well as this village in Spain, the same pressures meant that people rapidly moved away from local food production for local needs. People had olive trees, they had oranges, other fruits, vegetables, some grain, animals, and a lot of the production for local needs happened right there. The production, even the processing and the sale at the village level. What happened in the 80s was a big push, which included regulations that destroyed small farmers coming from the EU. In came a supermarket, and now you could buy plastic wrapped olives that many of them probably came from the village, but they had gone to a city in the north to be packaged in plastic and sent back again. People started burning the plastic, so the village was covered in dioxin. At the same time, a toy shop came in. It's almost exactly the same toy shop as in Ladakh and Bhutan, with literally Barbie dolls for girls, Rambos with machine guns for the boys. And at that time in the 80s, the role models were blonde and blue-eyed and had a huge cultural effect, which essentially said to young people, unless you're blonde and blue-eyed, you're not quite good enough. What's happened since then is that now the role models are allowed to have a different skin color. They could be of Asian origin, African origin, fine. But they are role models that romanticize an urban consumer culture. Now, what I'm saying here about the cultural impact and the impact of romanticizing urban centers and urban life is of vital importance. I feel as we now try to move forward, we must understand that fundamental to this capitalist system has been the removal of people from their land into ever bigger conglomerates, sometimes suburbanized sprawls with bigger and bigger cities. And the removal of people from land is fundamental to this structure. Local knowledge systems are being destroyed as we speak, languages are being eradicated, and it's hand in hand with the urbanizing effects of globalization. Now, where we feel the greatest hope, the greatest health, the greatest vitality is in those parts of the world where people still maintain a relationship with the land, where the city is related to the land around it. The city is not a cancer that grows with the cancerous growth of global corporations that are pushing us into a world where we import and export identical products, where food is shipped across the world to be processed and sent back again. Now, this system is something that we must look at this late date. And I really believe we must get out of a trap where we speak a language that identifies us either only with the left or the right. We can see millions, hundreds of millions of people beginning to vote to the right in the sense that they're voting for demagogues who are saying, we're going to grow the economy for you. You are struggling. You don't have enough money to pay for your house. You don't have what you need. We're going to grow the economy. Let's forget about this left nonsense of protecting climate, protecting the poor, bringing in all these regulations that make it impossible for us to grow the economy for you. This swing to the right is a vote that is, of course, manipulated. And what is it manipulated by? It's manipulated by a propaganda machine that is driven essentially by global corporate interest. These think tanks at the same time manage to make the green look elitist, particularly if you're talking about local, healthy, organic food. Well, this is something only for the privileged, because guess what? We big boys, we can provide much cheaper food in the supermarket. So we're the ones who care about the poor. So please don't you elite middle class people get in the way and try to pretend that healthy food is something that could be available for the global population. And why can't it? Because in order to feed the world, we need bigger and bigger farms. We need genetic engineering. We don't hear that those same corporations need to ensure that every country around the world becomes dependent on imports and exports. We don't hear about the trade agenda. So I really hope that we will continue in our work together, the Jeonju government and local futures, and our wonderful colleagues around the world. And I'm so grateful for the team that joined us for this conference. Very, very grateful. And I'm looking forward also to more continued discussions with our colleagues from around the world who have been joining us now for these 7 conferences. Maybe we should plan next year a conference of all the speakers so far and really continue this discussion, I hope, all the time from the framing, the very broad framing that we believe is essential if we want to move beyond left and right, if we want to have a chance to survive. We need to rapidly wake up to the difference between the private sector that has no rules, no regulations, but the private sector that has insisted that governments sign in black and white that they will not do anything to reduce their profits. Our governments in trade treaties are signing ISDS clauses, and it's a regular process going on. The Swedish government has voted that trade treaties have to be negotiated in secrecy. They naively believe that, of course, Volvo has trade secrets and we mustn't expose those to the public. They believe that the industries that came out of their own countries are somehow still supporting their own national foundations. They are not. I remember probably a decade ago, Mitsubishi saying to Japan, sorry, no, we're not actually Japanese anymore. I remember a discussion in Volkswagen where they were saying, well, wait a minute, we're producing in Brazil, selling in China, what makes us German? So we really need to look at this picture, because at the local level, the regional level, even the national, within the national arena, businesses are able to use money. They're able to use this tool of money. They're able also to function in a system that might happily allow for a certain amount of interest, a certain amount of wealth accumulation, but all within the surveillance of democracy, within democratic scrutiny, which we have not had since the advent of this economy, because we were not scrutinizing the global players from the outset. So I think this global to local framing that we try to introduce can often be interpreted as too parochial. It can be interpreted as going far too small, unrealistic, and I can understand that. We need to do a better job to explain that we're very aware of the need for global collaboration. More than ever, we need global collaboration, first of all, to start regulating those global businesses. And I want to stress here, as I always do, that we are not seeing the people in the global corporations as some kind of enemy. We, in our dealings with those people, including the diplomats that promote their own multinationals, including government ministers, so the elites in all countries, we see probably as many greedy people as we do when we set up farmers markets, where we're dealing with small farmers who've been struggling for a long time. We find some people are more willing to think about the bigger picture, to be concerned about the welfare of their community, and not too narrowly fixated on their own narrow profit and well-being. But we find really small business, big business, local business, global business, it's not about people. It's not about values. It's about scale. It's about structures. And our experience is that the higher up the ladder of power in government or business that people go, the more blind they become to the realities beyond their bottom line. And that means, of course, GDP for government. It means profit for shareholders, for the corporate heads. Now, as you go up the ladder, you're actually viewing the world through a grid of numbers. So you can happily go along now with the Green New Deal. You can happily be spouting language about the vital importance of carbon and climate and lots of renewable energy. We need to shift investments rapidly without necessarily looking at the details that some of our speakers earlier today were talking about. The amount of investment that goes into renewable is still far smaller than people realize. We're still subsidizing fossil fuels. But not only that, we have giant wind farms, also in the north of Sweden, that are destroying vast swathes of forest to produce very little wind, but a lot of profit for global businesses. The businesses involved are not on the ground. They don't need to see it. So I really want us to take responsibility for putting this out on the table, not being afraid to address this issue. One reason why people often are afraid is that they believe that the giant corporations are so important now for making the big changes we need that we can't do without them. I have many colleagues who now say, well, Helena, I agreed with you 20 years ago, but I'm afraid now with climate change, we've just got to get any and everyone on board. So let's forget this discussion about the power of global corporations. But what we're seeing is that the renewable energy investments they're making, most of them are very inefficient, as Alf Hornborg was pointing out today, extremely inefficient. We must look at the ecological footprint. We must look at the mines in the Congo, but not only in the Congo, worldwide. We must really look at this concept of energy in, energy out. We must look at where we're heading. And it's the global structures that are leading to the situation where 3 men in the United States own more than 50% of the population. Now, where are we going to stop? What is it that's driving this obscene gap between rich and poor? What are the structures that are creating that? I think the big picture makes it very, very clear. And it's to do with this deregulation at the global level, including the deregulation of the financial casino, which is allowing the creation of money out of thin air. I love the idea of the public sector ensuring, guaranteeing jobs and meaningful jobs, as Jason was saying. I love it. And I think this is something that we must take forward, but I would argue within the framing of global to local. So I'm, again, just want to say how grateful I am to all of you for this day. And I hope we can work together to get this discussion out and it can spread more widely. But above all, I hope we'll be able to get more attention, more resources to help Jeonju continue with its pioneering work. You should be so proud of what you've accomplished already. You should really be aware that you are true leaders on the world scene, that the depth of intelligence, the commitment, and as I say the depth, I also want to point out that I'm always so impressed in Korea, and I'd say also in Japan, that there's a depth of analysis, but very importantly, a holistic approach. And I believe that Korea has been open to this message because you still have a memory of a way of life more closely connected to nature with a stronger intergenerational social fabric. You still have a memory that in places like England and the United States has been lost. But please carry on, help to lead the way, help to lead us towards a genuine economics of happiness. Thank you so much.
네, 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you for your keynote speech. I think this discussion cannot be made just one time on this day. In our daily life, this should be expanded and it should lead to the actual changes. So under the topic of climate crisis and localization, we cover the local food, climate, finance, and job creation. To respond to climate crisis, we explored the role of citizens and the direction for local communities and the policy suggestion for Jeonju City to respond to climate crisis, the main cause of various social problems. Then wrapping up the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, I invite the Vice Mayor, the Sang Tae-jung from the Jeonju City will deliver the closing remarks instead of the Mayor of Jeonju, Seung-soo Kim. Hello, everyone. I am Sang Tae-jung from the Jeonju city. Due to the COVID pandemic, we are holding this conference, international conference on the economics of happiness. Jeonju is held online for 2 years. In this conference, we heard the story of the Jeonju city and the other cities around the world. And we have the opportunity to cooperate each other to respond to the climate crisis and the localization. And I'd like to thank all the speakers and all the participation who thought together for the value of the economics of the happiness together. The local food and green climate finance and job creation, those kind of discussion, I hope the discussion can reflect it into the policy so that we can help the future localization. So all the citizens and the online participants, I hope get the useful and the fruitful information from our conference. I hope as soon as possible we can finish the COVID-19 pandemic and meet you in person. I'd like to thank the chairman of the organizing committee and the other association. I wish you the health and the happiness. Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful closing remark. As the last order, the Chang Han-ho, chairman of the organizing committee of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, will deliver the closing declaration. So this year marks the 7th anniversary, and level of our international conference get really higher than before. So the International Conference on the Climate Crisis, I think we will be the Squid Game of the Climate Crisis Conference. I think next year, so many people eager to participate in this conference, I expect. Listening to the presentations today, I thought the crisis is opportunity. We are living for the happiness. We earn money for happiness. But our activities affect the children in Africa, killing them, or the killing animals, and contributing to the extinction of the animals. Then it is difficult to be happy if we damage their life. So if we give the pain to them, if we have a great stress under the neck-and-neck competitions. So I'd like to say this. The reason why we are so unhappy is the cause for the climate crisis. The climate change can be overcome if we become happy. But so far, we didn't find the reason for being happy altogether. However, the world is moving together. Otherwise, within 20 years, we can be extinct, which is our crisis. Therefore, this crisis should be an opportunity for us to move together for our happiness. So it's difficult, but let's think this crisis as an opportunity to pursue the happiness together. Let's make our actions to change the crisis into the opportunities. I'd like to thank every people who supported this conference, and also my thanks goes to the MC and organizers of this conference. And now I announce the closing of the 7th International Conference on the Economics of the Happiness, Jeonju. Please give him a big round of applause. So I hope we can be a human being who is truly happy together. Now we finish the 7th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. Thank you for your participation for a long time.